and welcome to another online session as part of our online digital transformation conference series. It's a pleasure to have you with us here today. First up, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Chris Towers. I'm the founder and head of events here at Raw Media. We are a media company specializing in delivering events and content around enterprise technology and business transformation. Our online series has been taking place throughout the course of the pandemic, and we've hosted over 20 online sessions, welcoming some brilliant business leaders and practitioners, sharing their insights to enterprise transformation, particularly focused around the pandemic and what that has meant for business and digital. The Digital Transformation Conference Series pre-pandemic took place across the UK, Europe, North America and Asia, and our online event series has been reflective of that, offering events in different regions and time zones, bringing together those spearheading digital initiatives in business to share ideas, best practice, pandemic response of course, product pivots and use cases around digital transformation. We are optimistic that the event series will return to an in-person format again, and that will be hopefully, all things going to plan, will be London this October, where we're going to offer a hybrid experience type event. So this is actually going to be our last fully focused UK and Europe online event without that hybrid experience to take place. If that sounds like it could be interesting and you'd like to attend that either digitally or in person, then do give us a follow on LinkedIn. The details are on screen there, where we'll be sharing event updates as well as content from all our online series past and present. With that, just wanted to plug some of our upcoming events that we do have. Our last, we're hoping, of the fully online only events. We have our North American edition of the Online Digital Transformation Conference session taking place on June 3rd. And with that, we're welcoming the CEO of Foot Locker, head of insights from Facebook. So got some brilliant conversations happening at that event. And if you're thinking the time zone won't work for me, you can obviously watch that back on a delay if you'd like. It will be taking place in the afternoon if you're in the UK till early evening, and the same across Europe as well, just slightly later with that one. We've got a Future of Work online session happening on June the 10th. With that, we're welcoming Bruce Daisley, former Twitter VP of Europe, Middle East and Africa, to share his thoughts on the future of work, as well as Danny Denhard, former head of growth at Just Giving, amongst others. And we're going to be really tapping into what the future of work looks like in a kind of a technology and culture sense. And then our last event that we've got for online is another UK and Europe online digital session, and that's largely around kind of HR transformation, HR tech, and again drawing in on the people culture elements. We've got some brilliant speakers from Arcadis, Novartis, Mondelez International, very kind of Central European organisations speaking that event. So do sign up for those if you want, and you can find all the details there on that website, rawmedia.co.uk. With that, just wanted to cover some housekeeping notes. If you're joining us for the first time and haven't attended one of these online sessions before, just kind of wanted to run through some things with you. On the conference page, if you're with us on Beyond Business Buzzwords, you will see on the bottom right-hand side there is an online chat function. This is the best place to either introduce yourselves, which is great if you can, drop your LinkedIn profile, say hello to one another, just like you would at reception, drinks and networking breaks within a conference. And you can also, more importantly, ask questions for our speakers. So each and every session today does allow some time for you to be asking, questions to your speakers. We've got a fireside chat opening up this morning with Louise Elliott, Deputy Director, Digital Service and Transformation from Her Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Services. And that's a kind of interview style delivery of the information. But if you do have any questions as we move along that, just pop them in those chat and I'll endeavour to pick those up for you, and you can ask the questions that matter to you. Also, throughout the presentations, at the end of each of those presentations, we will have a Q&A session following those talks as well. Now, with technical difficulties, we are still in a position where we're in online events. I think everyone knows the perils of such, and connectivity issues, and everything in between. So, if there are any technical difficulties, we will endeavour to get everything back up and running as quickly as possible. Touch wood, we haven't had any major issues of late, so that should be fine. The only thing I will mention is we could have some delays on speakers coming through, or the connectivity there, as we're relying on home working setups, etc. So do bear with us if anything in that regard does happen. They do and can happen, but I'm sure you're aware of that. I think we all have some degree of video fatigue, but this is the next best thing in terms of delivering content that's relevant at the moment. So today we are have a shorter session. It's an online session as part of the wider Digital Transformation Conference series. And as mentioned, we're going to be starting with Louise Elliott, who I'll introduce in just a moment. And we're going to be talking largely around people and culture and agile transformation and change management in that sense. Then we've got a couple of presentations, one from Principal Data Scientist from Johnson & Johnson, who's going to be talking mainly about digital transformation in life sciences and their technological revolution. And then we have a presentation from Rob Waterhouse from the Very Group, and he's going to be touching on his the ways of working and the innovative approach they're taking at the Very Group. So exciting one there. And they both obviously include those Q&A sessions that I mentioned. Then we're going to have a very quick break, half an hour, and we have another presentation from Partner Re, building blocks of successful customer experience transformation. And then finally, ending the day with a panel session, coming back to the people and culture elements of digital transformation, which seems to be a topic that many people like to get their teeth into. So looking forward to a great chat there with Liz O'Neill from Charities Aid Foundation, Andrew Wilding Smith from Parkinson's UK, and Matt Stutley from Ground Control. So be a nice way to finish off the day. With that, I wanted to bring our first speaker on, which is Louise Elliott. I'm looking forward to having a discussion with Louise. Louise has previously spoken at our events, both in Manchester and in London. Louise was formerly head of technology at Sky, and we had her speaking with us when Louise was in that position, again largely around agile transformation. We had a couple of great presentations around culture wars, so it was a real pleasure to have Louise with us. And now Louise is in a new position, well, new for us, since we've last spoken, which is Deputy Director of Digital Service and Transformation, so moving from the private sector to the public sector. So I'm really looking forward to this chat with Louise. I can see Louise has joined us now. A warm welcome to you this morning, Louise. How are you doing? Louise, can you hear me okay? Well, there we go. There's our first issue, perhaps, with the technical difficulties that I mentioned. I can see Louise is with us, but I'm not sure if she's hearing me at the moment. Louise, can you hear me okay? We'll try and get this one clicked off. Good morning, Louise. Can you hear me okay? Louise, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Chris. Thank goodness.
There we go. How are you doing this morning?
I'm really good, apart from the panic of not being able to hear you, which wasn't ideal.
No, but I always cover technical difficulties as part of my welcome notes, and I'm glad every time I do, because we do encounter some issues, and such is the joy of technology. With these online events, I think everyone's fully aware now of the kind of connectivity issues, people speaking on mute, people not hearing, but we're all good. We've got you in now, and it's a real pleasure to have you with us.
Perfect. Well, we did test this out obviously earlier this week, but I did move house yesterday, so something in my computer setup obviously changed between the two, but I'm glad we're sorted.
Yeah, and absolutely no worries, and I hope you're relatively stress-free after your move, or as certainly as well as you can be. And I do thank you for taking the time to join us, obviously this morning, to have this chat in what is a busy week for you. So much appreciated, and I'm very glad to have you with us, and I'm sure our audience are as well. What a good place probably to start with is just to kind of get an introduction from yourself about you, your role, your experience. As I mentioned in the welcome notes, you've moved from the private sector to the public sector since we last spoke anyway. So if you could just fill in the audience on kind of who you are and what you're about.
Sure, absolutely. So I've been in the software industry for 30 years now. The first 20 years as a software developer, and the last 10 years as someone managing software delivery. I've worked in lots and lots of different sectors. So radar systems, satellite systems. I worked on the Heathrow Rail Express software, finance systems. I've worked for Sky. As you say, I'm now in the public sector. And I really quite like changing sectors and sort of learning what's great about a sector. And also those things that some of the other sectors already do really easily. And there's always things that a particular sector does really, really well that doesn't often get moved between. So I really enjoy that. My current role is working in the Courts and Tribunals Service. I'm working on a massive digital transformation there. And one of the big things I'm doing right now is building an internal software delivery capability from nothing. Literally before I joined, there was nobody internally who was technical in a software respect, through to, we expect around 250 in the end.
Gosh. So a big change for you and a big challenge ahead. But I think I've read, some things about it. It's in the media, and it's, with the HMCTS, it looks like it's going through a huge transformation period. So quite an exciting period for you. And it's great to, that you're involved with that. Now, over the course of the pandemic, and it might be slightly different for HMCTS because obviously that transformation was going to happen, but it's kind of accelerated digital transformation across organizations, both private sector and of course public sector, which has had a massive change over the last 12 months, 16 months now. But many of us kind of seen that pandemic as an opportunity to jumpstart digital transformation. We've seen over the last year, I think I've seen it over a dozen times, more than a dozen times, the LinkedIn meme that says, "What started your digital transformation?" And it's got some tick boxes, and the COVID-19 is ticked. And I think it's kind of true for a lot of organizations that it really has kickstarted that. But how has digital transformation changed or evolved for you over the last 12 months?
Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of digital transformations haven't so much been chosen to start over this period as there's been no choice. You've got to do something.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably a combination of the two within my organisation. So we have the digital transformation already underway. So that has continued. That hasn't paused with this, but also. But some of the uptake and some of the engagement with the people that we're trying to provide some of these services for has changed. Yeah. The most stark example of that is video hearings, which was quite hard to get people to want to use pre-pandemic. And now the use of it is through the roof. And, our problem now is the other side of these things were not designed to have this amount of use. So making sure that the design evolves, or not designed at that moment. Obviously it's scalable, but we have to scale it and make sure that that happens in a safe and appropriate way.
Mm-hmm.
So the demand suddenly from people for that transformation has been huge, which has really helped push forward.
Mm-hmm.
But also on the other side of things, the thousands of laptops, not me personally, because I'm on the software side, but my colleagues have suddenly had to provide to staff across the country the just taking stuff from the back of courts, from offices within courtrooms, and suddenly having them at home, and they've never been at home before. So the amount of guidance, again, that my colleagues have had to send out to them, and ways of working and changes. And also, if I bring it a bit more closer to home with my team, my plan when I joined the organisation was to open 5 digital hubs around the country.
Yeah.
Bring in digital staff outside of London, really build this 250-person team, and we will now be having far fewer hubs, far more working from home going forward. So even just looking at ways of working going forward, excuse me, has completely changed. So, lots and lots of different levels, and I think that's probably true for all organisations everywhere.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've spoken to, obviously, through these events, quite a lot of, different industries and different digital executives, and everyone echoes that same kind of sentiment, that that's how much their strategy has changed, evolved, and even mid-pandemic and even now, obviously, everything changes on a constant. So the strategy changes and the planning changes as the uncertainty moves to be, a bit more certainty. There's kind of that light at the end of the tunnel, and that strategy becomes a bit clearer. But until we're kind of fully out of this, we don't really know where we'll be as organisations in the full sense, just due to that uncertainty. So it's really interesting to hear how each of these individuals has had to rewrite and rip up strategy in the rule book, so to speak. So with the changes and development across business and public sector transformation, you've mentioned a few of the challenges there, but what have you seen potentially as the biggest challenge to you and to your organisation, do you think?
I think the biggest one probably is the one that I mentioned around these services that are suddenly being used in a far more extensive way than they were configured to be used. And you can imagine, a remote court case, you don't really want the video or the sound not working, or the the video breaking partway through, or someone not being able to get in. It's really important for access to justice. And so you can understand, if anything is happening with that gets huge attention in the organisation. But I think also, effectively, IT has become now truly a primary channel for the business. It's no longer in those organisations where it was an enabling underneath type part of the organisation. It no longer is. It's been far more pushed to that front primary channel route, and that means that people who've worked in that more traditional IT environment need to change their thinking and take that in and through to much more a frontline type thinking. And I think that hasn't happened universally as yet. Yeah.
And then when you've spoken with us in the past, I mentioned at the start that you'd spoken at our Manchester event and our London event, when in-person events were such a thing, and you've been, as mentioned again, a huge advocate of agile practice, and you did share some brilliant insights with our audiences. How has Agile kind of had to adapt given the changes in the ways of working? I know you mentioned again at the start about the number of devices that had to be distributed to workers, and obviously that requires a certain type of leadership. Has Agile helped, and has that evolved as things changed on that front?
Yeah, I mean, for me, Agile is primarily a mindset anyway. So, obviously that same mindset is there around empowering people to get out there and solve these problems. If I look more at software delivery rather than the organization as a whole, and I look at traditional agile, which I'm smiling at myself for even saying, but traditional agile approaches, and compare that to today, I think probably, much of it's the same, much of that same sort of the team working together, cross-functional, everyone having that equal voice, and lots of tools have suddenly sprung up, or at least have sprung into my attention, which I was less aware of before, which enable some of those things that we used to do face-to-face. And I can't help but think, if this pandemic had happened 20 years ago, we could not have worked from home in this sector, in this type of thing. It just would not have been possible. All of these tools that are available today, it's quite shocking, really, and how they've been pushed forward. But I think, the biggest challenges to traditional agile ways of working for me have been onboarding. I have never met my boss. He started the first day of lockdown 1. I have never met any of the people that I've recruited into my area since I started, which as of today, I think is 34 people. And none of that recruitment has been face-to-face. So, there's new things. How do you onboard people? Everyone's met that type of problem. But I'm particularly concerned, I think, around more junior staff, and that accidental mentoring that happens when you happen to sit next to someone and you overhear something, or you ask a question and it leads to something more. That's, I think, a real challenge. And as we start to get a little bit more back to normal, for me, the main thing is to be able to get face-to-face with some of the people, get some workshop type things happening. I worked many years ago, probably about 20 years ago now, in the US, and I set up a team in China, and my client was in the UK, and for visa reasons I renewed my visa, but if I left I'd have to go through lots of questions to get back in again, so I couldn't go and see either my client or my team. And I had to do everything remotely, and we didn't have lots of the tools. And it kind of makes me think about that time and how we had to go back to basics, use email, really think about our communications really properly. And I think we're back in that sort of space now, really properly think about how we're talking to people, making sure everyone's involved in a way that in a room that's easier to do.
And just quickly on that, you obviously say you've never met your boss, and you've recruited 33 people. Was it 33 you said?
34, I think. 34
people within the organization. How do you, and can you maybe kind of pass on that culture through remote working? Is it possible? Can you kind of instill your work culture, whatever that might be? Obviously culture of innovation is the kind of the go-to at the moment. How do you kind of pass that over? Can you do it? Is it possible?
I think in a way, because of what I'm doing, it's slightly easier. So I'm building a brand new software delivery capability. So it isn't that there's an existing culture.
Sure. Okay.
It's that we're trying to create a culture.
Okay.
Now there is an existing culture, obviously, within the organisation and within the directorate, which has some really great values that we try and instill in through. But what we've been doing around culture is being really explicit about it. So the first few people who started, who report directly into me, we had an online workshop just purely around who we are, how we want to work, who we want to be, and we gathered that together, formed a graphic around it. That's part of the onboarding for everyone who starts. Everyone who starts gets time in the calendar with me to have that conversation about why I joined the organisation, what I'm passionate about, for me to learn more about them. And for us to talk a bit about culture and what we want to do going forward, and the fact this is an exciting time and what the plans are, to really try and set that vision. And I think it's all about the two-way communications, the reaching out to people. I think that's super important.
Nice answer. We've just had a question come in from the audience. I think it's a really good question as well. So I want to put this to you, and thank you to Declan for the question. For some of the digital transformation that's had to happen in response to mass working at home, how much of this has long-term future compared to being a more temporary process? So the processes that are in place now, are we going to see long-term value in them, or are they just a thing of the time, do you think?
I think my concern is people might be viewing it as temporary.
Yeah.
And I think for me, that's a big concern. I'm based in Yorkshire. Most of the people in my organisation when I started are based in London.
Of course, yeah.
By the time I finished in my directorate, most people will not be based in London because I'm employing lots of people outside of London, as well as a few in London. When I first started, I had a team that reported into me who are based in Northampton, who felt very out of it when there was a stand-up for the whole directorate held in London, streamed there. Various technical reasons, they couldn't really properly involve themselves. They could kind of hear it sort of. Whereas today it feels far more equal. Everyone gets the same bandwidth of communication. They get to be able to ask questions in the same way as anybody else. And I am really, because I'm in Yorkshire and I'm in the leadership team, I'm able to very clearly say we cannot go back to those things in London, where most people, or at least a good chunk of people, don't feel as involved. We need to keep this out. And also, I talked earlier about I was going to set up 5 hubs across the UK. I'm now setting up 2, one in Salford, one in Birmingham, and everybody else who doesn't live near those is going to be working remotely. Sure. And that's going to be their norm. So we will get them together every so often, but their norm is going to be to work remotely. And you've got to, that flexibility around where people can work. I've loved not having to travel as much. I've actually seen much more of my husband, which for me is a good thing, not maybe for everybody. That time that I'm not traveling, all of those things I've really loved. Now, I really want, you get 2 sides of the same coin. Some people really want to get back in front of people. I feel like I'm really in front of people as when I sit like this. So for me, the experience, it is a little different, but it's not vastly different. For some people it is, and they want to get back in the office. But for other people, the benefits of working remotely, and I think people who insist their people go back in the office 5 days, I mean, I've not even heard of that from anybody. But people who insist their people go back in 3 days, those people are going to find other opportunities if they'd rather work from home most of the time.
True.
You've really got to be thinking about your staff and their preference. In a way, the organisation I work for today has huge benefits because it does have courts or offices near nearly everybody in the country. So if they want to work remotely but they don't want to work at home, it actually has that almost unique ability to say, well, go work in the offices at this court then. So, you've got to look for those sorts of benefits and really make the most of them. Where you have really candidate-driven recruitment, such as within the digital arena, you've got to think about your staff. You are in competition with all of those other organisations. The sexy organisations, the organisations who offer complete flexibility around location, around working hours, around fitting things around people's actual lives. Those are the people who will retain their staff and who will take your staff if you're not in that space.
No, that's a really good answer, and I think you're very right. I think hybrid working and offering that remote approach is going to be the way forwards. I think when you look at kind of organizations, we name names, but the big management consultancy firms, when they start rolling out a remote working approach, that that's probably going to be the trend set, because I think we all know that they like to have workers in the office, or traditionally have had that in place. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, but I think getting that work-life balance right is going to be so much more important for employees and employers. So it'll be interesting. I think if we can look at any silver lining of the pandemic, it might be those new ways of working, perhaps.
And I think it's pushed forward a higher level management's understanding of what people will do. I no longer have to fight the fight of can someone work from home? Will they do work? That's no longer part of the conversation. I mean, I believe I've leapt forward probably a decade in my ability to deal with my senior management around the risks of setting up a remote workforce, for example.
Yeah, well, it's been proof of concept, hasn't it? And it's largely worked. We're seeing more productive workforces and everything. So it's good. It's good in many regards for a lot of people. But obviously, like you said, a lot of people also like that day-to-day office kind of.
And I think it's about offering people that choice.
Yes, exactly.
But also, you know, we will definitely be holding regular events every few months where we get everybody together once we're in a world where we can do that. And because that face-to-face time, when I did work remotely with China, and I couldn't meet them for the first 6 months that I worked with them, and it worked really well. But the second I went to see them, it worked amazingly well. There's just something inherently human in that ability to get a little bit of face-to-face time.
Yeah, no, that's really good. That was a good question. It sparked some good conversation there, so thanks, Declan. Now, I often read about digital transformation failure rates, which apparently are quite high. How that's measured in a lot of circumstances, I'm not so sure, because it's a very much an ongoing process. There's no like end goal. There's no project complete. We've done the digital transformation. It doesn't work like that. But failure rates are considered high, and like I say, is often well referenced. What, in your opinion, is the most important thing to get right with successful or effective transformation? And maybe failure is, you know, not a bad thing in some instances, but we obviously like more success over failure. So what do you think is, you know, what's the makeup for successful transformation?
It's interesting you say that. So one of the things I talk to my teams a lot about is celebrating failures when they happen, because the learning opportunity is huge. But I think actually probably the main things are apply agile concepts to your transformation. And it's amazing how many transformations are waterfall, even when they're trying to move to a more agile world. It's very interesting. So for me, I would keep probably a few things. One is outcome driven. Every single thing you're doing should be driving towards your outcomes. What often happens is the outcomes are thought about, a big business case is put together for the transformation, and then it becomes about delivering the things that are on the list. And we're no longer, and then later on, it tries to get tied back to the outcomes. You need to be outcome driven, utterly know what outcome you're trying to achieve with this thing, and keep asking that question, how is this helping us get into there? But also small chunks, iterative. If you decide to stop your agile transformation, let's say after 9 months, you ought to have visceral improvements that have been put in place, many different ones during those 9 months that you get to keep. So if you choose not to implement anything more, you've had benefit from what you've done so far. And too many transformations, because so many of them are quite waterfall in nature, might be partway through that transformation and you get nothing out of it if you stop at that point. And that iterative nature also allows you to be outcome driven, because you can see true actual outcomes as you go. So these all really tie together. And then I think one of the big things I see missing from a number of transformations is that view of end to end. And that sounds silly because we're using the word transformation, it's big, it's wide. But quite often I'll see, for example, a software service, and they will look at the legacy systems, they'll replace those, they'll make it more digital. But what they're not actually doing is looking end to end. How much post is received? How many emails are received? Do you get thousands of emails a week? That's still digital. So everyone thinks, oh, it's still digital, blah. But actually, the amount of work involved with that, and there's probably other better ways that you can more quickly serve your customers than having all these emails that are unstructured and that you've got to do something with and have humans sit and read. Yeah. So really properly looking end to end rather than just trying to replace a system.
Nice. No, that's a really good answer. And then with Agile approach methodology, what would you say to a leader or someone that's thinking about, that doesn't have it in place, that's thinking of taking that approach and making that part of their organization? What would you kind of say to encourage them along that road?
I think I would say a few things. It's really about mindset and it's not about methodology.
Sure.
And there are many people out there who will sell methodologies, and I mean, not sell financially, but will sell, this is the only way to do it. Scrum has become the de facto only way to do Agile, and it really isn't. There's many, many different ways. And knowing those different approaches means you can be more flexible for different teams with different sorts of work. And flexibility, trying to make everybody work in exactly the same way, you lose huge amounts of the benefit of Agile and its adaptability to the actual team that's working in that space. I'm not a big believer in scaled Agile approaches because I think they might be great where you truly have a scaled Agile problem. If you have a lot of Agile people, that's not a scaled Agile problem. If they're all owning their own separate services and they just have a few dependencies between them, that's not scaled Agile. You don't need huge frameworks and cost and certification in order to get that working well, because they can work very well individually as teams. Where you have one single product that has 300 people working on it, then you have a scaled Agile problem. That's when you need those techniques. So I would say just be slightly careful of just choosing an approach and then getting people in to teach that approach to everybody. At the end of the day, it's really about the mindset and the culture. It's really about truly empowering people to choose to make the right decisions and truly trusting that they will. Those are really the big, I think an Agile transformation is much more around the mindset of the higher level management than it is around anything else. You get that right, you need that high level support. You need somebody at board level who utterly believes in this, because otherwise you're just going to be doing bits and bats and you're never truly going to get that mindset change.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. And then we're running short on time, so we're going to move to the last couple of questions here. And I wanted to kind of ascertain your experience of the transition from private to public. You've obviously seen both sides, and are we facing similar challenges as a private sector organisation and public sector? Or are the transformation changes and the digital challenges the same, or are they slightly different?
There's a lot of similarities. So, obviously getting technical staff. Now, within the public sector, there's salary limits, which obviously are more of a challenge, although they're a challenge, honestly, in the private sector also, because there's only a certain amount you can pay before it becomes uneconomical. But the scale of transformations in the public sector is huge in a way that I don't know many private sector organizations that are at that level of transformation. But, I think also the more you can get people to be enthused about what they do. And I think in the public sector, if I think about the systems that my guys provide, they're things that help you divorce online, probate online without having to use a solicitor, although you still can, and they use the same system. These are not the best days in someone's life. They're not used. Nobody, my previous role at Sky, people loved our products. They loved them. They would also tell us what they didn't love about them, but they loved them. No one is ever going to love the probate service.
Yeah.
It's just not the same thing, but
Yeah.
people use our services on days that are not the best day in their lives.
Yeah.
And our aim is to make it utterly forgettable for them. The best feedback for us is no feedback at all,
Sure.
because then we have added zero stress.
Yeah. Seamless experience. And then finally, and it's kind of a big kind of very big question, but what in your opinion should organizations be focusing on as priority in transformation over the next kind of 6 to 12 months as we recover and go hopefully beyond the pandemic?
I think probably a number of things that we've been talking around ways of working, flexibility,
Yeah.
trusting people, but also I think, extending that out and beyond to everybody,
Yeah.
so all your customers want that as well. They want to be able
Yeah.
to do stuff remotely if they can, but have the option of not being remote. That all of that type of optionality, the world, I believe, has fundamentally changed through this pandemic. We had the tools to cope with it for non-service jobs, and we've done so, and it's brought different expectations, it's brought different primacy to digital as a channel, but really those customers normally have huge amounts of choice. Mine don't.
Yeah.
To be fair, my services today are they don't really have a choice but to use them, but these people, they have a choice, they can go anywhere. I renewed my passport recently. It was an amazingly good experience. I can say there's nothing to do with my department. Amazingly great experience, and so easy compared to previous ones are doing it. And that's what we need to be driving to, is that for all of our customers, but also for the people who work for us, for to become that image of an organization where our work fits around our lives. It's still of super importance, but it fits around our lives, and therefore I want to work for that organization. All of those different aspects.
And then just quickly with that, you say about that passport experience, and has that been, do you think, down to more focus with the public sector on digital experiences over the last 12 months, and kind of overhauling and moving away from not just legacy systems in place, but also kind of legacy thinking, so acting more fluid and quickly, and obviously having to pivot quite quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a real push across government. I mean, I don't know about that particular service. Sure. I don't know anyone who's worked on it, and I don't know. But there's a definite push across government to really properly try to make these things easy, both for government as well as for the citizen or non-citizen. I have immigration in my arena as well, so I have non-citizens as well as citizens. But I think there's been a real push in that direction, and I think all for the great, all for the good. As an individual, as a citizen of the country, my ability to go out there and for something like renewing my passport to take me such little time. I would have had to have gone queued for hours in the post office to have things done and gotten photos and done and it's such a different experience today, and it takes away all those chores that we've all had to do. And I think if digital's doing anything, it's doing that. It's making these things take less time, come more quickly, not be chores, and you have other options of things to do with your life.
Nice. Well, Louise, that's all we've got time for. As ever, it's been a real pleasure to talk to you and to quickly cover some ground around your thinking, and much there on Agile again, and very much looking forward to hopefully having you back in a physical manner, and when we return our in-person conferences in the not so far distant future. So thanks for joining us, and appreciate the time, given as well the stresses of the week that you're having.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Take care, Louise. Bye-bye. And I'll catch up with you soon.
Bye.
Perfect. So that was Louise Elliott, Deputy Director, Digital Service and Transformation from Her Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service. I hope you found some good value in that chat. A lot of the discussion today is around kind of the people and cultural elements of digital transformation. That's where a lot of focus lies today, amongst other things. But we'll be touching on that in a few different presentations today, and that's largely what the panel session will be about today as well. So massive thank you for Louise's time there and in sharing her thoughts and insights to digital transformation, both from her journey from private sector to public sector. So a really nice way to start the day. I thank Louise for that. We're moving on to the next session as part of today, and we've got a presentation followed by a Q&A session with Vaibhav Verdhan, who's Principal Data Scientist from Ireland for Johnson & Johnson. And within this, Vaibhav is going to be talking about digital transformation at life sciences and talking about their technological revolution, and also be drawing on elements of the people and culture part as well. So I'm going to kick off this presentation and then we're going to be welcoming Vaibhav in for that Q&A session for around 15 minutes or so. If you do have any questions, do feel free to pop those into the conference chat. As we move along the presentation, I will pick those up. So just jot them down whenever you think of them, and I can put them forward to Vaibhav when we enter that Q&A session. So if you think of anything, do pop them down. I'm going to play the presentation now, and I'll see you in around 20 minutes for that Q&A session. Thank you so much.
Welcome all. My name is Vaibhav. I am a principal data scientist at Johnson & Johnson Ireland. And today we are going to talk about digital transformation in the life sciences industry. This is the brief agenda for the discussion today. We know that the sector is bouncing back after being deeply hurt by the COVID pandemic. Perhaps we are at the cusp of a technological revolution, a brainstorming, and a fundamentally different revolution which has changed the industries for the past many decades. That would mean that we have to generate new solutions for our clients. Now, clients is a blanket word over here. It can refer to patients, it can refer to organizations, it can refers to the surgeons. What kind of teams would be required for that? And finally, we would conclude, and I'm very hopeful that the future is very bright and very prosperous. So let's start. We know that COVID pandemic, it has hurt across the globe, everyone, be it life sciences sector or retail or telecommunications or BFSI or aviation or hospitality. In some form and shape, all of us have been impacted adversely. But at the same time, we know that the global digital healthcare market is expected to grow by 7 times. The pandemic, it has resulted into more than 100 times people waiting for surgeries in England alone. But at the same time, it had made the people avail virtual care, and 91% of the patients who were surveyed by PwC, they want to continue with the virtual care. On one hand, where we have the increase in demand for fake immunizers increased by 400%. At the same time, we have success stories, which we would discuss in a short while. We have success stories across the globe, across the sector, wherein the drug rollouts, the clinical trials, the patient cares have been completely and drastically revamped. So the pandemic, it exposed the cracks in our system, in our healthcare system. It exposed the fallacies, it exposed the gaps in the availability of drugs, availability of PP kits, availability of immunizers, ventilators, but we are bouncing back. So life sciences as a sector is replying back. So that is why I would say that perhaps we are at the cusp of one of the greatest technological revolution and transformation. Decentralization, virtual, digital, these all big words, they have been in the usage for past many years, but perhaps the organizations, they have to equip themselves better now, because there's no turning back. We have to respond and react now. So these few use cases or few uh, problem statements which you can see on the screen, they are some of them, not all of them, but some of them. That how can we provide around the clock care to our patients with empathy, with human touch, but complete care. How can we engage remotely with the patients? That would mean that how can the patients, the surgeons, the doctors, the physicians, how can they connect together? How can the local pharmacy become the universe? The medtech devices, they play a significant part over here. Drugs have to be delivered at the doorstep. Without, at least if the patient calling in, the refills have to be done automatically. How can we innovate our supply chain? We saw that when it was lockdown in China or in India, it sorry, it adversely affected the supply chain of raw materials of equipments. How can you optimize that? And how can we reduce the prices, and how can we plan our demand better? How can we forecast better? How can you optimize the prices of the drugs so that the drugs are available to each and every one of us? And while we are doing this, it would generate tons of data. So during these testing times, how can we govern that data better? How can we use that data better? How can we ensure that the patient's privacy is not breached? At the same time, insights are generated in real time. So a few solutions for these questions can be that the customer centric model or the patient centric model, it has to be redefined. The norms of care, the norms of diagnosis, the norms of connections, they have to be redefined. So I'm talking about, for the medical devices organizations, let's say it would be Baxter or BD or Johnson and Johnson or DPU, all these organizations of the world. Over here, an infrastructure has been created or is in the process of creation where the patients are provided around the clock care, and we would dig deep into that. Clinical trials, if I'm not wrong, roughly takes 2 years to 10 years to roll out a drug. The pressure is on the pharmaceutical organizations like AstraZeneca or Pfizer to reduce that time, accelerate their clinical trials so that the drugs could be rolled out to the patients sooner. Again, over here, using machine learning and AI, that has been accelerated, wherein we can simulate what is happening and discard few of the streams and reach the target drug at a faster pace. Optimization in supply chain, it has been achieved in multiple domains, including pharmaceuticals, using machine learning and AI. We can forecast the demand better using regression methodologies, We can optimize the prices as per the demand, and this all will just feed into the manufacturing process. It optimizes the inventory, it optimizes the cost. During this process, the data that is generated, it can be managed and has been managed effectively in the cloud, ensuring that the patient's privacy is not breached. At the same time, it does provide to us actionable insights, which again, outcome in a while. So digital is the mantra to provide virtual care to our patients. Real time 24 by 7 monitoring of the KPIs using variables and sensors. It allows the the carers, the physicians, the doctors, the hospitals to monitor the performance of a patient at a distance, but still they can monitor. So the patient could be in their respective homes, and the sensors and the variables, those data sets, those data points that are generated, they could be monitored real time by the nurses, by the physicians, and that could reduce the reaction time. A very nice use case, a very nice example is that when patient's history, medical history, is used to predict the probability of seizures or strokes, and that could include patient's biological history, that could include patient's family history of diabetes, of blood pressures, of heart problems, and based on that, the prediction of seizures and strokes can be done, which again would be a preventive method rather than being a reactive mode. During the during the pandemic, we would have seen that many patients would have called the call centers, frantic calls, what to do, and with lesser number of professionals available to access and answer those calls, machine learning and AI, they again solve those problems. So in the call centers, speech to text conversion and then natural language processing based text analysis can analyze those calls, those texts, and provide faster services to the call center agents. Or it can be completely automated using chatbots. Patients can scan their problems and then they can upload those scans, and using CNNs, diagnosis can be provided at a much faster pace, at a much accurate pace. And all of this has to be customized with respect to the patient's age, gender, race, ethnicity. Why? Because all of them, they play a significant role in shaping the medical history and shaping our body. So digital transformation of life sciences domain, it ensures that the patients receive a good care, a fantastic virtual care, which is customized as per their bodily needs. So what kind of data models we are talking about? So it would always start with the designing phase of the problems, where we understand what kind of business challenges we are facing. We explore the historical trends. We explore the drivers of those use case, and then we acquire the dataset for that. So it so the focus over here is that the business understanding of the use case is of paramount importance. Then we develop the data models. We perform the exploratory analysis on that. We perform the visualizations and the dashboards. We create statistical models using regression or classification algorithms like decision trees or random forests of the world, or complex NLP based analysis are done, or convolution neural network based image analysis is performed. All of them, it results into insights. using reporting and dashboards, we can monitor the KPIs in real time. Predictive modeling, it allows us to make scientific decisions for the future, be it supply chain or be it demand, be it consumer KPIs or how to simulate. All of those answers can be given by machine learning. And finally, we take actions on that, preventive actions to to prevent happening of any event, or it results into faster rollout of drugs. Ultimately ultimately the patients at the end are much more healthier. What kind of team might be required for that? So we would have, in a typical environment, it could be a representation from the client. So the client in this case could be the function, marketing or supply chain or product or physicians. They could be the client. Then it would involve technical teams and consulting teams. So technical teams would be data scientists or data analysts or visualization experts or data engineers, wherein on the side of consulting teams, we would have subject matter SMEs. We would have lead consultants and solution experts who would design the entire solution, who would design that entire digital piece for us. So I'm very hopeful. Uh, I'm very happy to say that life sciences as a sector is bouncing back. The future is very bright and prosperous for us. The ongoing pandemic is nasty. It has made the lives, it has ruined the health of many of us. But with digital transformation of our sector, we can ensure that we have happier and healthier patients. We would have improved safety measurements. We would have much enhanced monitoring of our patients. We would be better equipped for the future and technologically much more mature, much more prepared. Digitalization would ensure that the drugs are rolled out at a faster pace, and most importantly, medicines are available to each one and every one of us at the right time. Digital transformation is not a jargon alone. It has to be lived, it has to be implemented in our organizations. Then only we can reap the fruits in future. With that, thank you very much, and we are open to questions now. Thank you.
Big thanks to Vaibhav there for his presentation on his perspectives of their journey throughout the pandemic. I'm going to be welcoming Vaibhav in now for a Q&A session for around 15 minutes. If you do have any questions that you'd like answering, do pop those into the chat as well, and I'll get those put forward and we'll get those answered hopefully by Vaibhav. Vaibhav, I can see you're waiting in the backstage area. If you want to turn on camera mic, top right hand side, and we can bring you through and have a quick chat about the presentation, the points within as well. For those just joining, welcome to the event. We had a great start with just before with Louise Elliott, the Deputy Director of Digital Service and Transformation from HMCTS, Her Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service, and we've just had a presentation now from Vaibhav, who's the Principal Data Scientist from Johnson & Johnson Ireland. I can see Vaibhav is now joined through.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you this morning?
Thank you very much. Yourself?
Yes, I'm good, thank you. Thanks for the presentation and for giving us a quick run through your perspectives on the work that you've been doing. It was great to hear that and have you with us, and I'm thankful that we can have you now for a quick Q&A session.
Yeah, always pleasure.
Good stuff. So in your presentation, just reflecting kind of on the emerging technology side of things, you mentioned how integral machine learning has been, AI, and then things like chatbots that have come through. Has there been any other kind of emerging tech that's been imperative to you as an organization, both internally and externally, throughout the pandemic?
Various simulation models, they are obviously very useful.
Sure.
Blockchain, it is finding its way, yeah, but still, at least in my humble experience or my humble knowledge, it starts from the classical machine learning models.
Yeah.
When we hit the image processing over there, CNNs help us a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Inceptions, Resonate of the world, they help us a lot.
Mm-hmm.
uh, in terms of the actual deployment, then it boils down to the choice of tools. Like for example, if you are preferring MATLAB over Python, there has to be clear cut reasons for that,
Mm-hmm.
and most of the time the infrastructure required for that is not there.
Yeah.
So that infrastructure has to be built over a period of time.
Yeah.
And that is why, while we are developing the solution, it is imperative that in parallel the infrastructure is also taking shape. Then only once the proof of concepts are completed, the MVP is ready to be deployed on the lines, production lines, or in production environment. Our infrastructure, our
Mm-hmm.
platform is also ready. So that there's no delay over there. I think,
Yeah.
um, as an industry, few functions are quite ahead in the game. Few
Yeah.
functions are still lagging behind, more of an inward looking functions. Yeah, but it'll take time, I guess.
Yeah, sure. And then with those, when you kind of onboard a new technology and you start thinking about it, how do you go about identifying what can provide, real value? What's the kind of the process that you, go on the road to bring
Yeah,
that in?
no, that's a great question, Chris. So whenever a new technology has to be integrated in the business, it starts with the business problem. That what are you trying to achieve? What are you trying to solve over here? And many times budget also drives that. The previous engagement, obviously it's going, if it is a licensed one, what kind of engagement we are getting from the service provider. What is the SOW
Mm-hmm.
talking about? Is it having a long-term support from the call center teams, or what kind of consultants we are getting approached over there? And then what is the scalability? Because let's say if you are onboarding Azure, just giving a very broad example, if we decide that any industry, in fact, decide that let's move to cloud, let's move to Azure. So
Mm-hmm.
moving to Azure is a big decision, as compared to let's say having a couple of SPSS licenses. So what is the reason of engaging with a new technology provider, and what kind of uh, service agreements they are offering us? That is one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, cost and budget, they rule that. But importantly, if I talk from technological perspective, what is the
Mm-hmm.
scalability? Because scalable machine learning, scalable AI, that is the need of the hour. 5 years back in 2015, 2016, it was like create a proof of concept, show it to stakeholders, make them happy, done.
Yeah.
It is, and if I'm not wrong, I think more than 80-85% of the projects, they are not deployed. They don't see the light of day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, Now the ROI, to realize the ROI from AI, those solutions, they have to be deployed, they have to be scalable, they have to be accessible to each and everyone across the organization. They
Mm-hmm.
have to be easy enough to be used by the stakeholders, to be used by the analysts.
Mm-hmm.
And all those questions, they play a significant role while we decide to which technology to onboard or not. And over there, it
Mm-hmm.
is again a stiff competition. 3 or 4 vendors would chip in, and then based on the previous engagements with them, cost budgets, all of those come into picture, and then a,
Yeah.
a final person is chosen. Yeah.
No, that's a really good answer. Thank you. Thanks for that. And then with kind of your journey over the last 12 months
Mhm.
and throughout the pandemic, obviously a lot has changed.
Yeah.
Both business processes, the way you obviously deal with patients and things like that. What's kind of been the biggest challenge for you in a transformation sense? Has it been kind of the cultural side, the new ways of working, rethinking business processes? What have you found probably the biggest challenge over the course of the pandemic?
Working from home and missing the connection, that physical connect with the colleagues, that is, obviously one of the drastic challenges. I miss coffee breaks and having lunch with my colleagues. But if I talk from the work standpoint,
Hmm.
for myself, the biggest or the advantage is that I am saving on my commute time. I can connect to my teams across different time zones.
Yeah.
And obviously, digitalization and working from home is empowering that, because you don't have to worry that, okay, I have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to catch my morning train.
Hmm.
On the flip side of things, I miss that, having those brainstorming sessions with the colleagues, and and experiencing those processes by looking with my own eyes. Yeah.
Hmm.
Because of pandemic, travels have been banned. Like,
Hmm.
you cannot travel from Europe to US and vice versa.
Hmm.
So all those exchange of information, exchange of knowledge, it has moved to online channels only, and
Yeah.
that has sort of curtailed that exchange of information, exchange of knowledge.
Hmm.
So both pros and cons, but in the longer term of things, I would see that organizations, they are digitally transforming themselves. Many of them, they have already done, and most are in the process where they are realizing that working from home is not completely bad either.
Hmm.
And it is like kind of becoming a routine of the employees. At the start, it was quite a difficult question, that how will it be managed, and what kind of infrastructure will be required. And all the organizations, including Johnson and Johnson, they have been super supportive
Hmm.
about giving the employees that those resources, those that support system,
Yeah.
creating that environment, and bringing it up,
Yeah.
and imbibing that culture within the employees, that do not worry,
Hmm.
everything's well. We're there to
Yeah.
protect you and care for you. So there are both pros and cons, and that is true not only for life sciences and industry. I'm sure for different industries, it is the same. Few industries are quite adversely hit, like hospitality,
Yeah.
aviation, retail. Yeah. Because over there, more of a human touch is required, as compared to, let's say, my job particularly. Because for my job, all I need is a laptop,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah.
can be done from anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really good answer again. Thanks for that. And then I just wanted to go back to one of your slides, the one around design, develop, and deploy.
Mhm.
That design area, has that had to kind of been re-looked at and re-strategized because of the pandemic? Has that process had to change slightly or alter? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Um, yeah, so it would be dependent on the business function.
Hmm.
Like, for example, but yes, I would say I would agree to you, yes, because in fact all the business functions have been impacted, be
Yeah.
it marketing, be it supply chain, be it prices. So I won't say that any business function is immune from the pandemic. But again, that
Hmm.
design phase is not cast in stone, because at
Yeah.
least in the digital projects like machine learning or AI, always agile is used.
Yeah.
So we start from a hypothesis or a wireframe in mind, and that is structured, course corrected, redesigned, and reinvented during the entire project cycle. So
Hmm.
uh, because it is quite an uncharted territory. Nobody knows how the end goal should look like, or would look like. Maybe
Yeah.
20 years hence, people would have a bigger and better, clearer picture. But
Hmm.
right now, things are still very hazy, and
Yeah.
across the industries. Yeah.
Hmm.
So that design phase also, it undergoes a lot of changes and amendments while we sail through.
Yeah. Well, it's that level of uncertainty that no business, no industry
Right.
likes at
Yeah.
all. You can't plan properly or anything. So, yeah, we're seeing a lot of that. So, again, good answer there. And then on I think it was the last slide, the point 4 around being better equipped for the future.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to touch on that again. You say you're better equipped. Is that because of the technology that's now been onboarded, things like chat bots and
Yeah.
that external communication? Is that all down to that infrastructure now in place?
Pandemic accelerated that, in fact,
Yeah,
because digitalization has been on cards for quite some time, and
yeah,
across domains and sectors. It was being discussed across conferences, summits, white papers, board meetings. That
yeah,
guys, let's go digital. Let's onboard. Let's move to cloud.
yeah,
Let's go deep in deep learning and
yeah,
all
yeah,
of those. Yeah, but pandemic it really exposed the businesses that guys, you it is not only a jargon. You have to do that.
yeah,
When I say better equipped for the future, pandemic accelerated it, and the organizations they have to go digital. There was
yeah,
no looking back over there.
yeah,
Now, when I say for the future, since we are now much more digitally agile as compared to what we were last year, and again across the industries, the future is going to be much more technologically secure and mature.
yeah,
Secure because those points, those loose points or those leakages in the systems, they have been exposed,
hmm,
and people are much more prepared for that.
hmm,
And when it comes to the maturity level, the organizations they have invested in those infrastructures, in those clouds, in those data warehouses, and those licenses, and now they realize that to have a secure future, it has to carry on. And the value has been realized also from that infrastructure part,
hmm,
by optimization the processes, by making by freeing up employees time where they can invest on more complex processes, and
hmm,
automating things like chatbot,
hmm,
or call center agents or call center processes. A lot of that has been automated in the last 1 year,
hmm,
whatever be the reason, that due to the non-availability of resources or lesser availability of people, those processes have to be automated and optimized for the
yeah.
better.
Yeah, it's a really good point. We've heard quite a lot on kind of automated processes over the course of these events over the pandemic, and how important the balance between automation and human input and everything will be moving forward, and
Yeah,
going beyond the pandemic and almost future proofing business and organisations and things like
exactly.
that. So,
Yeah, yeah.
good point. That's all we've got time for, Vipav. But
Okay.
thank you so much for your presentation and for joining for the Q&A session. It was a real pleasure to have you with us, and I'm glad we could do so. And hopefully, I said this to Louise before, who spoke before. Hopefully, we can welcome you to an in-person event that we will hopefully be returning, in not so far future. So, thanks for
Okay.
your time, and
Thank you very much.
real pleasure to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
You take care. Really
Bye.
appreciate it. So that was Vaibhav, who is principal data scientist from Johnson & Johnson Ireland. A big thank you to him for joining and sharing a bit more on digital transformation, particularly within the life sciences. But as we kind of go into the Q&A, we meet common challenges around things like people and culture, communications. I think he provided a really good answer on how you identify the need for emerging technologies with one of his answers. So that was a good one there that we had. So with that, now we're moving on to the next presentation, and that's going to be from Rob Waterhouse, who's data management and governance manager from the Very Group. And we're going back into the world of kind of people, culture, new ways of working. The presentation is titled Innovative Approach to New Ways of Working, that we're going to have from Rob. So I'm going to play that, and then we're going to be joined by Rob afterwards for a Q&A session. So as mentioned a few times, if you do have any questions, do pop them in the chat, and I'll get them hopefully answered by Rob for you. So if you think of anything as we move along, do feel free to pop that in the chat. But without further ado, I'm going to play this presentation now, and we'll be back in around 20 minutes for the Q&A session. So I'll see you back then.
Good morning. Hope everyone's doing all right, and welcome to my talk on innovative ways of working. Before I start, I want you, I want to welcome you to my home. Normally, when we have these events, they're somewhere in Manchester or around the UK, and we're face to face. But on this occasion, we're in what has been my office for the past 12 months. So welcome to my office environment. So I'm going to pull up some slides, and I'm going to take you through a personal way or personal approach I've taken on innovative ways of working. And it is a personal view. It's not necessarily the same as yourself. Everyone's gone on their own journey on this over the last 12 months. But I felt it was really important to share what I've been through, and certainly to give a view from here how I've spent my last 12 months, and also being part of an organization that's also had to innovate and adapt to its ways of working. So what's the objective of today? And the two things I want to really call out is, yes, I'm going to share my personal view. I'm going to share what my experience has been like working from home, but also to kind of throw a few questions out. And the first one is, have we all experienced the largest transformation ever? With no choice in the matter, have we all just personally just been through one of the biggest changes in working life? Have we all had to test and learn on a grand scale? Have we all had to innovate without realizing we're innovating? Have we all changed the way we do things just naturally without really realizing it? So hold that thought, and when I'm going through presentation, just maybe have a think about what you've done, what your organization's done, and see if you can see any similarities, or actually of what I've done completely different to how you've been. So first of all, I thought, what was it like, right, before March 2020? What was the place like? So let's think of the office, yeah, the office environment. It's a collaborative environment. So the days used to rock up to work, and there would be people around you all the time, where you could just grab one another, quick chat for this, quick chat for that. You may be sat within a team, a squad, a tribe, but there was a place where that you could collaborate very easily. Took it for granted, to be quite honest. And also, you might have had a coffee shop. There might have been somewhere for you to meet up just on an informal basis. I mean, there were gyms in office environments, not just coffee places. But again, it was just that place where you could meet up, and that physical contact with someone. And I think when I look back at where I work at the Very Group, I think it's a place of belonging. It's somewhere central that everyone sharing the same goal. We all part of something, and I think that belonging and that together, as cliche as it sounds, I think I've missed that massively since lockdown started. So that place of belonging, I wouldn't want to underestimate. I think that is crucially the point of having a physical location. And of course, the banter, the fun, that completely obviously disappeared. And being in an office environment, you'd often have those special moments, those funny moments, those accidental jokes, and that laugh that was there. Obviously, missed that as well. So I think when I think back to sort of the pre-COVID lockdown of the office environment, I think what a place, what an in a place to innovate and to be creative with one another. What a place that kind of binds people together, and often would lead to transformation. Um, so I think hold that for as a thought for the moment, and well, we were locked down, weren't we? We were put into lockdown, and what did that actually bring? So, from being in an office environment where you would have this brilliant place to innovate, collaborate, and be really creative with things, well, we were forced to work from home, and I think on the kind of light-hearted side of things, and the I suppose being positive about working from home, we grew work colleagues, our own work colleagues, our pets, for those who have pets, and I think if you've got a dog or a cat, they undoubtedly have interrupted many meetings. They've no doubt been the star of the moment sometimes. I know, and I'll appreciate now, we might get a special guest appearing. She does get jealous. The dog does get jealous when I'm on the call. So we might get a work colleague coming in a minute. But our pets have been part of our work for the past 12 months. And I think that has actually helped in some aspects of that part of lockdown. Flexible ways of working. Wow, being really flexible to not necessarily be as rigid as I go to work at this time to avoid the rush hour. Having that flexibility has really helped, I think, with working from home. I think it's been some days might start later, some days might start early, some days might work really long hours. There's dog walks in between. And taking regular breaks as well. So I think that flexibility has been brilliant. And like I say, the no commute to work. I mean, I commute to Speak from Warrington, and it's not as bad as what it used to be when I worked in Manchester. But I don't miss the commute. I don't actually miss that regular journey down the road. And I'm sure many of you will probably agree with that. Some highlights of the year. You're on mute. Hopefully I'm not on mute at the minute. I've done it a few times. And also the other saying has to be, can you see my screen? And hopefully you can. So some positives from working from home, and we should look at that. But there has been some challenges, and I think when we were all asked to work from home and lockdown happened, some of these that I'm going to float up now happened on day one of working from home, and unfortunately the list is longer than the positives. So there was no physical contact. So remember that office environment for collaboration and being that creative center for people disappeared, and that really did impact. I'm sat in my office right now, this room. There's no physical contact for colleagues. All of a sudden, joiner movers leave us. Wow, what do you do with people starting? Where do you start? Normally it would be come into work, we'll do a showcase of the office, we'll introduce you to people, we'll grab a coffee, we'll have lunch together, we'll go to a few meetings. But what we're going to do now, I'm not even going to physically see these individuals, and some of these people are new team members, people moving teams, and then people who are leaving the organization. That something that was a fairly big part of working life is suddenly remote. Team meetings over screens, that was a challenge. Making team meetings that weren't dry, and that's most definitely a challenge. No side of desks. No, like, oh, Rob, can I just grab you for a minute? Oh, have you just done this? Or can you just sign this? Can you just do that? And instead, we had the formality of a team session going in, which I'll come on to in a second. Those accidental conversations, corridor conversations, coffee conversations. I haven't seen this person for 2 weeks. Hi, how are you doing? None of that was happening. And I guess creativity, question mark. On the early days of lockdown, was I as creative as I was? Was I hitting a barrier? It was a bit. I don't know. I don't know how to be creative with a 15-inch laptop screen. I don't know. So that definitely was a big challenge. Underscored the next one because I'm going to kind of piece me a little bit further on into this, but being alone in this environment or being away from your work colleagues definitely impacts mental health. And I think I've underlined that. I'm going to come on to that shortly, so I won't dwell on mental health too much at the moment. The last one for me, morale of the team. How can you ensure your team members are happy, that they're that they are productive and that they feel that belonging as well? So Yeah, lots going on there. And I guess then when we were all thrown into lockdown, we probably did this. We hit the innovation button. Some of us might have hit the panic button. Some of us might have gone, well, this is only going to last for a couple of weeks. But I think personally for me, I hit an innovation button. And I think we all did. We all had to. And I'm going to focus in on some of the tech that I think helped with that innovation, and then talk a little bit around that as well. So I think for me, I would class this as suddenly my core tool, Teams, became my day-to-day kind of activity running of sessions, running team meetings, running my team members one-to-ones. You could document your meetings, you could create brilliant instant messaging through it. But two things that I was really surprised that really kind of worked from an innovation perspective was running interviews. And I don't know how you all felt about this, but when you're running an interview, you can't beat face to face, and you can't beat that non-verbal communication. But running an interview through a Teams page, I really felt it for the candidate. Sitting there in their office environment, in their home, having an interview for a job. And I think the one thing that I tried to do in all my interviews that I did and conducted was make the individual feel at home. No pun intended, but literally relax. Try and make it as informal and as easy for them as possible, without taking the emphasis that it's too informal, too uninformal, if you like, but make it that they're comfortable. They can really show the character. You can show your character and what the organisation of Very can bring, but trying to kind of distill the issue of we are having an interview through a laptop screen, and once you've got through that, I think actually interviews went very, very well indeed, and sharing screens or basically making sure you're on the same level field as they are, it just helped. And business updates as well, I'm going to come on to that shortly, because I think they were a huge part of the organisation. The way an organisation communicates to its employees is vital, and I think Very's way of choosing Teams as a way of communicating, for me personally, it kept me in contact with what was happening and changes that were happening within the organisation. So Teams, huge place for innovation, I think, and changes of that. I'm then going to kind of not dwell on each of them, but I think these were a big part of my innovation as well. So Miro was a huge part of that, and Miro was one that created that creativity for people who were online. So we lost the board space, the whiteboard space, the rooms. It really created that collaboration and creativity. Slack was brilliant for creating a channel if there was an issue, getting people rallying around, quick fire resolution, getting management team to view those issues as well, and getting real collaboration that way through the likes of Slack. And it really strengthened Confluence and Jira from the agile ways of working, really kind of strengthened on that. So these tools really came into their own working online. But I think networking in general, social media, I overreached out. I reached out even more, because I think your network, when you're in this funny situation we're all in at the minute, working from home, really kind of lean into social media, really see what your network's up to, both from a professional LinkedIn to non-professional, kind of really sharing that experience of what we're doing. And I think networking was absolute key. But, and there's always a but, for me, I personally started to hit a bit of burnout. And I'll be honest with you, it was the back-to-back meetings, the back-to-back Teams meetings, the more kind of relentlessness of looking at a screen. And I was finding as well that I wasn't taking the breaks. I wasn't taking holidays because I was at home. And it was quite sunny last spring. Let's be honest with you, it was quite nice. but I did hit a burnout. And this is where I want to go back slightly to the mental health that I underlined on a previous slide, because it really impacted me personally. And I would say that unbeknownst to myself, how much damage I was causing to myself by not actually being a little bit more disciplined with how I was working and the way of working. So I created myself an honesty sheet. And this is me personally. I've not shared this with anyone, no one at all. This is you're hearing it first. And I took this into part of my life that that I was working on. I do lots of things outside of work, and what I decided to do was use it as a domino. So you may hear this from some of the professionals out there. If you actually break things down into smaller chunks, you can achieve greater things. We all do it from an agile ways of working, but in reality, when you're faced with a new challenge, you might actually not be able to foresee it, and you may end up actually drowning in the amount of work. So simple rule was I'd set a goal for the now, the here and now. Anything that's stopping me or is hindering me from achieving that, and start working out what's in my control and what can I do about it, and kind of review that on a regular basis. And I've done this not in work necessarily. I've done this on things outside of work, and it really has helped me. And I'm going to do a talk one day on this whole experience of mental health that I've had personally over the last 12 months. So what I would say is that, this is definitely something that it's a professionally I've been doing, but I didn't do it in outside of work. And I think that kind of personal kind of reflection of how I was working, what was really helpful was the organization also did a lot of listening. And I think I was obviously having my own challenges by working from home, but the organization also realized that there's a mass of people here working from home, and they listened. They wanted to know how we were all feeling, how were things going. And it was great to hear from the senior leadership team about how they were feeling, how they were experiencing this new innovation and this new way of working from how we were forced into. So what they did do, and what we all did, was we all listened to one another, and I say we did some learnings and we started to improve. And here's some of the things that as an organization we started to implement. So all those technologies that were bringing a brilliant ways of working, well, let's reduce the meeting time down to 45 minutes, not an hour, and give yourselves 10 or 15 minutes break in between. Great. I did that straight away, and I can say that small tweak, if you're not doing that, definitely do that. Equally, half an hour meetings down to 25 minutes. It really gives you focus. Company said, let's have a no meeting time period. Make sure you're getting a break for your lunch. Make sure you're taking regular breaks away from the desk. They've come up with really great well-being approaches on how to exercise and making sure that you do take that step back. I've added one in there. It's a bit of a personal one, a walk and talk session. So rather than have a meeting through Teams, get your phone, go for a walk. As long as it's not confidential, it's quite generic. Go for a walk, and I find that helps as well, because you're focusing on the individual, but also you're outside. Only one word of advice: choose a sunny day. I was caught out when I did this, and I did get wet. And I think outside the box. I think the organization has done that really well. So pre-recording messages from leadership team about how we're doing, social quizzes. There's loads of social things happening at the moment. We've done digital conferences. They've been so dynamic, and everything from trading to well-being to having quizzes, etc. They've been really superb, excellent, and having less formality in sessions as well. So I think that's been a key to a lot of the innovation. It's not just about the tech. It is definitely about innovating with yourself and about how you work and how things can work better utilizing the technology. And I think now where we're at now, or where I'm at now as well, is we're in this position where lockdown is starting to ease. fantastic, and Very's invested in its office space. It's invested heavily in its office space, and who knows what the next few months look like. From working from home into maybe a hybrid view. I think it will be a case of test and learn. I think that's what we will probably end up doing. But I think that wherever you're at now, it's to listen to your staff, listen to your people, listen to yourself about what works for you, and let technology support you in that journey as well. So have we experienced the biggest transformation? And some of the technologies I've listed there are not, brand new, but have we actually experienced that transformation on a large scale? I'd say we have. I think each and every one of us has. But for me, what I think we've done is we've redefined a new quality, and a new quality of working that utilizes the technology that is out there today, listening to your people and your staff about how they're feeling and how things are going, to then taking both of those components and learning and improving from that. And that is basically where I think, as where I'm at right now, and where I think many companies are at right now, is we've just done this 12-month very long kind of working from home. We now need to listen about what we can do next and learn and improve. We've proven we can work from home. We've proven we can work in an office. Now let's see what we can do as lockdown eases. And what I would like to kind of finish on is, obviously, I'd love to share what the journey of the next 6 months look like. And what I would say is, if I'm in the office and assuming the office opens up, I'm more than welcome for people to come in, say hello, and for me to show you around and to share what experiences we're having at the moment where I work at Very. But equally, we can have a Teams call about things I'm doing differently, and since lockdown's eased, what am I doing differently now that maybe I've got an office to go to as well. And on that, I want to thank you very much. And there's my email address if anyone wants to get in touch. And thank you all for your time and for listening. Thank you.
Big thanks to Rob for that presentation, and for some great honesty throughout the presentation as well, which is always nice to see, bringing back the human elements of business transformation, which is something we can all kind of tune into. So thanks for that, Rob. And I can see Rob has very quickly come through there, which is great. Good morning and welcome to you, Rob. How are you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm doing great, Chris. Good morning to you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great, thank you. We've had a good morning so far, and that was a really nice presentation from yourself. So really appreciate it. I'm glad you could spare the time to do it and to kind of share your insights and your narrative, over the course of the last kind of 16 months as well. And as mentioned, full respect to you for revealing more on that burnout and that fatigue that you faced, and you obviously touched on the mental health elements. And I think it's something that a lot of people have faced over the pandemic, and it's good to talk about it. Very good to talk about it. So real good that you brought that up, and it's good to start those kind of conversations as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really key that we're all honest with each other, and we can reach out. I think, and that was what I was trying to get across in the talk, is that I think the organisation did a brilliant job at reaching out and allowing people like myself to really share what my experience is and was, and how we can move forward. And wow, we've come a long way. We really have, and we've done it all together. So I just wanted to get that across.
Yeah, no, that's great. And then you talked about a lot of the challenges from the course of the pandemic as an individual and as an organisation, and the ways of approaching working. What do you think has been the biggest challenge for you in a sense of transformation over the last 12 months? When I've spoken to people before about this topic, they've drawn on having to learn new tools and technologies, whether that's communication tools or whatever that's been kind of onboarded. What's kind of been the biggest challenge for you, do you think?
Yeah, I think it has been in the past. For example, my role that I mentioned in the talk as well around the whiteboard sessions where you just go to a board and you'd start scribbling ideas, creativity, and I felt that really personally quite challenging, because I was thinking, how do you do that across a screen, and then how do you share ideas? And I think having something collaborative that's creative, I think once you start using the tools, that it really does help. So I think that was one of my biggest sort of first day challenge, right? How do I get a large group of people collaborating? How do I get a large group of people getting their brain juices flowing? How do I get that honesty and that challenge in a workshop? And I think mixture of teams and my role working together, really powerful. And I think we started to get some real kind of value within a couple of months around that, once we'd got over we're working from home. But I think that for me personally was quite a challenge for me, because I quite like being there with people and just bouncing off people, and that was hard sat in this chair. So yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, everything feels quite unnatural at the beginning, and now it seems. I know we had a chat earlier this week, and this seems like the normal now, and the new normal is a phrase we keep on hearing, but it's become way more normal and acceptable. And as humans, kind of our behaviour has adapted to such, and it's now accepting of this way of working. An interesting point, though, I think, and I'm not sure many people have thought of it as well. When we come back to work, and whether that's this new hybrid approach or whatever that might be, we're going to have to transition again. So we've obviously had that forced transition from the pandemic, where we've had no other choice but to work from home, and we've had to have the tools and tech in place to do so. But now, as we move away from that, working from home as a constant, to 2 days in the office, 3 days, and whatever that might be, there's going to be more challenges, like certain people not in the office that you might need to speak to. So we're going to have to bridge the gap between people in office, out of office, and create cohesion in that way. What do you have any kind of thoughts on how that might work, and is that going to be a challenge for organisations moving forward?
But potentially, yes. I think it will be a challenge, and I think for my own sort of personal experience is that I'm going to look at taking the best of what we've learned from working from home. And there's advantages. You can get on with things, if you've just got to get your head down and get on with things. But equally, whoa, what an advantage in the office when people are together. And yes, the days when potentially everyone's in the same place at the same time are possibly not going to happen as often. So I think it's making that best of both worlds and being that flexibility. We're going to trial and learn, see obviously what this throws for us. And as an organisation, that's what we're going to do. And I would. Some organisations may need everybody in at the same time, and others may be taking a more flexible approach. But I think it feels like we're just about to enter another new dawn, if you like, of ways of working. And I really hope that we're not forced into a lockdown. I'd hope that as organisations we don't force people into things. We choose the best of both worlds to really get great value out for our customers and our employees.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. In my earlier chat with Louise from Her Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Services, we kind of touched on that approach and on allowing employees to make those decisions. And, the proof of concept is now there. As I think before, there was leadership issues on trust and productivity, allowing a workforce to work from home. They're not going to work. It's proven over the last 16 months that that's not actually the case. A lot of people are more productive, so it's finding that kind of fine balance. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge, but will make the greatest success of organizations, instilling this new wave of culture and how that might work with that hybrid approach. So should be an interesting journey over the next 12-18 months for organizations in that respect.
Yes.
he mentioned another one of the challenges of working from home was you missed those accidental conversations. So the water cooler moments, the moments that spark some kind of innovative thinking, or may start a new process within the business or whatnot. Can these kind of conversations or this approach be emulated by tech and communications? Do you think that you mentioned on a few of the the communications things that you use, do you think they're going to evolve more, and do they need to evolve more to kind of bring in the more kind of that human behavior and the way we work into them?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, and I think that the technology's moved on substantially since where it was, say, 2 or 3 years ago for that collaboration. Yes, you can't beat the accidental conversations, but I think so. I think it's taking that video and that instant messaging. The instant messaging does seem to draw out lots of new ideas, and certainly some of the instant messaging on Teams, whether that is Teams or you're using something like a Slack. But on Teams, what I'm finding is behavior has changed since first lockdown. So it's people are now opening Teams channels and going, "Hey guys, can you just have a read of this, see what you think?" Or "I've had this idea," and I'm actually starting to see team channels for new ideas. And of course, you can share documents, and you can create space for people to draw as well. So I think technology needs to evolve continually, and I think definitely I'm starting to see that behavior change with people in the last 3 to 6 months. So definitely, I think that's a must. I think tech needs to move forward.
Definitely. And then we had a comment come in from Jeff Carter saying, I know exactly what you mean about joiners, movers, leavers. I started with a new company in January, and I've yet to actually go into the office. So with that, people that have joined the organization that have not physically met, peers and colleagues and whatnot, how difficult is it going to be to kind of move that digital culture back to the office, in a sense? I hope that makes sense.
Anyone who started a job in the last 12 months, massive congratulations for your new role, but also just I really empathize, because starting a new job can be stressful, right? Because you want that expectation, and to come and start a role virtually, big shout out to everyone. I think from answering your question, I'd like to see, certainly as lockdown eases, so if there is the opportunity for new people to join, I personally would try and go and physically see people, especially on their first day. I think that's something I would like to do. But we may have people working away from the northwest. We may have people who live in Scotland, in London. That's not possible. So I think the investment in people and time for people, and really on their first day, almost making a bit of a plan. So if you can't physically see that person, and you have to do it virtually, it's making sure that there's a bit of an onboarding plan, a virtual onboarding plan. You've got your network to right really behind you, because there's probably nothing worse than a new starter joining. They've got the laptop, perhaps they're logged on, and they might be sat there. You don't want that. So you want people to feel part of the organization, and I think certainly having that plan and that network to support and bringing people into the sessions that you're on, I think that's where I'm going to spend more time on as new people join.
Nice, that's a good answer. And that's all we're got time for, Rob. And
cool.
Again, thank you so much for the presentation. Really, really great presentation, and really nice to kind of hear your insights, both from a personal level and kind of from an organisational perspective as well. So we do appreciate that, and really good Q&A session. And hopefully, we'll have you back on a stage of ours, hopefully later in the year, depending on how things kind of move along. But I'm looking forward to bringing the event back to an in-person experience, and collaborating in that manner as well. But thanks so much for your time, Rob.
Thank you, Chris.
We appreciate it. It's always great to have you with us. Rob, you spoke with us in Manchester, our Manchester event in 2019, and it's good to have you back in this capacity as well. So
Brilliant. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, good stuff. So that was Rob Waterhouse, data management and governance manager from the Very Group. Rob did drop his email address on that last slide as well. So skip back to that if you've kind of got any follow-up questions or want to take Rob up on the offer of that last slide as well, where he wanted to welcome you to kind of discuss anything that they're doing over the next 6 months, to hear their approach at the Very Group, and also for Rob to share more. And I'm sure he'll be more than delighted if people do get in touch and take him up on that.
Absolutely.
Good stuff. Well, thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
And we'll catch up soon.
Cheers. Thank you.
Take care now. So that means we're now into a quick session break. Thanks to this morning's speakers, Louise, Vidav, and Rob there. Some great presentations, some great materials. And we're going to be back at 11:45, that's UK time, for a presentation from Partner Re on building blocks of successful customer experience transformation, as well as our panel session for today, which is largely going to be around people and culture in digital transformation, and touching on those elements as we've been discussing a lot of today, and particularly in that last presentation there from Rob. So it'd be exciting to hear more perspective on that. As you can see in this break slide here, we've got some information on our North American event that's coming up next month. So if you do want to sign up for that, you can do so at www.raw-media.co.uk if you're interested. We'll be hearing from the CEO of Foot Locker, head of insights from Facebook, and plenty more on June 3rd. So do tune into that if you want. That'll be an afternoon one for those watching in the UK and in Europe. So we'll see you in just under half an hour for a presentation and panel session to finish off today. I look forward to it. Okay, welcome back. I hope you've managed to send off a few emails and grab a coffee and ready for the second and final session for today of our online session as part of the Online Digital Transformation Conference series. We had a great morning this morning with Louise Elliott from the UK government discussing people and culture, agile transformation. We had Vaibhav join us, who's principal data scientist from Johnson & Johnson Ireland, who was discussing their technological revolution, emerging technology as part of digital transformation. And we finished off that last session with Rob Waterhouse from the Very Group, touching on new ways of working and their innovative approach. So great session this morning, and we've got another great presentation coming up, this time around building blocks of successful customer experience transformation, one of the most important outward facing aspects of digital transformation. So we're going to be touching on that with Rajesh, who is head of automated underwriting from Partner Re. So different industry this time. We're looking at reinsurance industry. And then after that, we're going to have a Q&A session with Rajesh. So if you do have any questions, do pop them in the chat as we move along. And then we're going to have a panel session welcoming three digital professionals working in different areas of transformation and projects to finish off today. As mentioned earlier, we do have some upcoming events. If you do want to sign up for those, you can do so at www.raw-media.co.uk, and we have a few things coming up, so do check those out there. So we're now going to move on and play that presentation from Rajesh, and then we're going to have that Q&A session. So as mentioned, do pop those questions in, or even if it's just a statement, and we can gear a question around that as well. So do pop those in. So I'm going to play that now. Thanks for rejoining us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rajesh. I work for Partner Re. For those who are not from financial industry, Partner Re is a reinsurance company. In Partner Re, I lead automated underwriting solutions unit, and I'm very excited to participate in this conference. So without any further ado, let's start. So if we look at customer experience, we have to understand how customers generally make decisions. And customers make decisions on two dimensions. There is this rational dimension, which includes things like product features, price, service, things which are very tangible, you can quantify. There is the second dimension, which is often underestimated. And this is the emotional side of it. Things like peace of mind, things like feeling part of community, and the overall wow factor. So what we have noticed is that experience that are related to emotions are far more memorable than others. Actually, scientists say that when we are in an emotional state, our body releases hormones that makes our nerves more sensitive in remembering things. So we can recall those memories, bad or good, up to a long time. So one example which I can give you is of the vending machine, the gum vending machine, which you see on your screen. There is no added value of having this spiral slope under the vending machine, but kids love it. The product doesn't change. They don't care. Well, they can get the gum also from a counter, but they appreciate when they get it from the vending machine. This is not just the product, but the overall experience of getting a gum, which matters. Another example of a good customer experience would be Tesla. And Tesla has one of the most loyal customers of any car company. Around 80% of their customers, as per the surveys, around 80% of their customers say that they will, when they have to renew, when they have to buy another car, they would go with Tesla. So what is the difference between a traditional insurance I'm from insurance background, always talk about insurance. So what is different between Tesla and any other car company? Car, yes, of course, but it's more than the product. In a traditional car company, they have kind of outsourced the sales part to dealerships. So they have given away control of their customer experience to a third party. Whereas in Tesla, which is very much focused on customer experience, they control the messaging, they control the customer experience from start to end. So they have stores, but it's not to negotiate the price, it's not to make a deal with the customer, it's to educate the customer. And for them, it's not about just selling a car. For them, it's about having the experience of owning a Tesla. And this is what most of the Tesla customers appreciate or value. So if we move ahead, what you see on this slide is a comparison between companies that have high focus on customer focus. And this is measured in terms of American Customer Satisfaction Index. So it's an index which is cross-industry index, and companies that score high on this index are naturally very customer-oriented with high level of customer satisfaction and offers excellent customer experience. So what we see is, if we compare the investment in companies that have high ACSI score, which is represented by the blue line, and to be specific, had we invested $100 in companies that have high ACSI score in around 10 years, so by 2006, that amount would have turned into 760. Now compare this with companies, compare this with overall S&P 500, which would have moved from 100 to 157. So it's quite clear. We don't need a lot of data to convince people that customer experience matters. Obviously, contrary is also true. Bad experience will drive customers away. There is a survey which says that one negative experience would lead to 37 of customers changing their provider or supplier. 28% after this one negative experience would go and post an online review, a negative online review. Around 26% would go to social media and complain. A good portion of these customers would go and tell their friends and colleagues, and some might even approach traditional media. So it is not surprising that companies take customer experience very seriously. So there was another survey done, and as per the survey, around 81% of organizations take customer experience as their very seriously, and they see customer experience as a competitive differentiator. Now, I have a mixed feeling around this number. So 81% is quite a high number. Not comparing it with any other data, just comparing it with my personal experience in day-to-day life. We see some companies that have excellent customer experience, but they are not. It's not 8 companies out of 10. I would say it's more like 2-3 companies out of 10. But in the survey, it appears that all companies realize that it is important, but probably in implementation, they're not able to translate what they think is important into value which customers could appreciate. So I can share some examples, and some of them, or at least 2, are my personal examples. So on the left, the screenshot, the chat screenshot which you see, this is from an insurance company. So I approached them, and they claim to be very modern. They have new technology, and I tried to contact them with a simple query. The first thing through the chatbot on WhatsApp, the first thing they said is, "Okay, we appreciate getting your query. We will reply to you in whatever time frame." So there is no instant resolution of this issue, which is the main purpose of a chatbot. Second, when they reply, they don't know who I am. They have no information about me. So they start by asking, okay, give us this information, give us your policy number, give us this reference number. Once you provide them with that, and they know your request, they say, okay, now we are going to transfer your call or transfer your case to the responsible department. They will contact you. So they have utilized, so they have thought about the technology, they have implemented a new technology, but in terms of customer experience, that has not changed a lot. So as as it is said, don't start with technology first, start with customer experience first, and then work backwards with technology and see how you can provide that experience. The second example is my communication with an airline, a budget airline. So they had an excellent sales journey. It was very easy to buy a ticket. Onboarding, flight was on time, everything worked well. But they lost my luggage during my return flight, and I had to contact them 6 times before they could reply. And it took 3 months for them to reply. So the point I'm making here is some companies think that having a better customer experience is all about having a better sales journey, which is not true. You might have a good sales journey, but if all your touch points are not efficient and the processes behind the touch points are not efficient, then you would annoy your customer. For example, me personally, although I saved some money with that budget airline and the journey was okay, with this one experience, I would not be willing to go back to them. The third example is where the processes are disintegrated. So there is someone who is complaining on Twitter that something bad happened because of their product, and they say, okay, we are sorry, please call us on our call center number. Now, when this person is going to call, and in this case, it happened, he waited, but he never got through. And even if he will, or even if he manages to get through, he has to explain everything, the whole context. So again, these companies have made progress, but they are all disintegrated. In short term, maybe that's a way. But in my organization, my current focus is to set the foundations very strong when it comes to customer experience, to build the right building blocks for the teams, that they can leverage those building blocks to provide an excellent customer experience to our customers. So what are these building blocks? And different people can have different opinion. There is no science behind it. This is just based on my experience, what I think are important blocks. They are also kind of interconnected. But let's look at them. Let's first look at all of them, and then we can go into details. So the first thing which I think is very important is to have the right architecture. If you have the right architecture, you can build and provide different services, and we will talk about it. Then the second block is data and AI. The third block is ability to participate in ecosystem, and the fourth block is the way you work. So let's look at the first one. So when I say right architecture, I'm talking about decentralized architecture. So until now, and especially a few years back or 5 years back, most of the applications were very heavy, monolithic applications that took so long for either upgrading or changing something. Even if you have to change or add a single column to database, it would take several weeks, depending on the size of the application and dependencies. Whereas a decentralized architecture, which is basically a big, large application split into different services, and all these services are independent, meaning that they can be worked upon, upgraded, optimized, and even outsourced to another party in a very easy and efficient way. So if we want to provide a good customer experience, there are a few things we should be able to do. We should be able to provide incremental improvement, because the only way you can reach where you want to is by quick testing. And that's not possible if you don't have the right architecture. You want to provide your offering, digital offering, on different devices seamlessly. And again, if you have an old architecture, it would be very complicated to have a structure where you can actually serve your services onto hundreds of platforms, from computers to laptop to desktops, not so much desktops nowadays. And then if you have to scale the application in a decentralized architecture, you can scale specific elements without disturbing the application, which is very important, especially if you have a web application. In addition, decentralized architecture provides operational flexibility, and it frees your people from unnecessary dependencies. So if we move to the next building block, that's AI. So ability to harness data and leverage AI. If we see what's happening in our business environment, most of the companies that provide excellent customer experience are using AI in a very, very smart way. So you can use AI in different for providing different kind of services. For example, recommendation. So there are companies like Amazon, which uses AI to show you the products you would be interested in. Starbucks is using AI to suggest product pairing. If you ask for coffee, what is the next product, the best paired product at that time of the day, in that weather conditions, the AI would be able to suggest. Personalization. So Netflix is a good example. It personalizes your feed based on what you see, what others are seeing, what's popular, what's the day, what time is it, and several other factors. There are companies who are using AI for decisioning. So there is this insurance company in China that has huge volumes with respect to issuing new policies and paying claims. So they paid, like, in 1 year, 11 million claims, and 97.8% of these claims were automated. And they were using data, image analytics, and AI to process these claims and decide on these claims. So from a customer point of view, if you can get a response on your claim within 5 minutes, that's amazing. Then there are companies who are trying to automate their customer service through chatbot. Another example, a good example there is PayPal. So they have done a lot of work on their knowledge base to understand, to link clients' query, how they frame their questions with possible solutions. So when a customer calls in, the customer agent already, with little information, knows what would be a potential solution. Fraud detection is another application, especially this is important for financial services. If you can detect frauds early, then you can make the process for other customers easy. So there is a company called Verisk, which has developed a model which, based on a sample of voice, can detect whether someone smokes or not. And this is important from life insurance perspective, as there are different rates for smoker and non-smokers, and there is a lot of non-disclosure when it comes to smoking. Further, there are companies who are using AI as an assistant service, like Tesla Autopilot or Gmail. Moving forward, I think if as a company, if you can participate in an ecosystem, it multiplies your strength. So for example, if it is a healthcare ecosystem like the one you see on your screen from Pangan, where you have doctors, you have pharmacies, you have gyms, you have insurance companies, you have financial services, other physiotherapy and other medical related services. by bundling your services with another ecosystem partner, you are able to offer new products that creates even more value for your customers. You can strengthen your value proposition. You by also reducing administration, you reduce your cost, and over time, the ecosystem becomes more valuable. And companies that control ecosystem, of course, they are regarded highly and valued highly. So as a company, if we have to evaluate and see, can we orchestrate an ecosystem? And if the answer is yes, I think that could be a way forward. If answer is no, then the question is, can we participate in an ecosystem orchestrated by someone else, so that by being in that ecosystem, we offer higher value to our customers. And finally, it's all about way of working. So you have these different building blocks from right architecture. You have AI, ability to harness data, and you can work with ecosystems. But if you do not have the right culture, right way of working within the organization, we wouldn't be able to actually leverage all these capabilities. So especially when it comes to creating customer value or customer experience, I think there is no magic formula. The important thing is you need to understand, you need to listen to customers, you need to understand customers, and you should be able to anticipate their requirement. Based on their requirement, prototype, test. That's the magic sauce, if we can say. And agile or similar frameworks makes this possible. They break the silos, and especially in financial world, every department is very siloed. There's product development, marketing, and risk management. And the departments which are not closer to customers, they feel this is not their responsibility to think about customer experience. So I think the new working culture, something like agile, which brings people from different verticals together, work in small teams with common objective, deliver valuable products to customers very quickly. This is the way to ensure that we are always able to provide the best customer experience to our customers. So at the end, I would summarize, and as I mentioned earlier, this is based on my experience. 4 things which I think are important, not for just short term or one particular use case, but at an enterprise level, to make sure that we have them established in the right way to be able to compete in market on the basis on customer experience, which is becoming important day by day. So with that, I would like to thank you all for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Big thank you to Rajesh there for that presentation on the building blocks of customer experience transformation. Hopefully now going to be joined by Rajesh for a quick Q&A session on his presentation. I can see him backstage with us. So Rajesh, if you can hear and see me, if you can just enable your mic and camera top right hand side, and we can kick off the Q&A session. Got some interesting points to raise there. It's just top right hand side, Rajesh, not the buttons on the left. Top right hand side. And after this Q&A session, we do have our panel discussion for today, which I've mentioned a few times, is all around people and culture as part of digital transformation. So do stick around for that once we've had this Q&A session. I can now see Rajesh has joined us. Can you, we'll go through the digital welcome and say, can you hear and see me okay?
Hi, Chris. Yes, thank you. I can hear you all right.
Good stuff. Well, thanks so much for joining and for providing us with that great presentation. It was a real nice run through those 4 kind of building blocks that you see as critical to kind of building successful customer experience transformation. So really appreciate that and for you offering those insights.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, it's a very topical subject, so I'm always very excited to talk about it. Thanks.
Good stuff. And with that, a lot of questions today and over the past kind of few months at these events is kind of the evolution of those moving parts of digital transformation. So with respect to customer experience in this instance, how much kind of has customer experience approach had to change for you over the last 12 months, and how have those 4 building blocks perhaps changed a little over the pandemic? It obviously varies from industry to industry, but have you seen major disruptions to the way you kind of approach customer experience and digital experiences?
Hi, Chris. Sorry. There was a little bit of interruption.
Can you hear me okay now? Josh, I think there might be a bit of lag coming in. If you just want to maybe drop the camera and then try it that way. Can you
I can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. Did you catch much of my question?
But let's try one more time.
Okie dokie. So I was asking around how much basically customer experience has evolved and changed over the course of the pandemic, and if your approach has had to change towards it, and how those 4 building blocks that you'd mentioned might have had to adapt.
Yes. Your question. So I'll try to do it, and hopefully you can hear me all right. So we have in last 12 months made the easy, well, I would not say easiest, but the one which we started first is we've been working with our team coach, working with our teams to help them what faster program for our colleagues in partnery, and this has been very successful. People like the changes working which they're not used to. So that one is going very well. The second one on AI, this takes time. So we have set up a right infrastructure in terms of if we need to build a new application, we don't place a use case. AI with respect to ecosystem, that's always looking and talking to companies, talking to other participants, and seeing if we can partner with someone, join forces to offer better. We need to have a tangible outcome. In terms of challenging topics, so we have started transformation by bringing new technology. So we have new databases. So we're working with snowflakes. start house, ethics team. So we are seeing outcomes now. So some projects which earlier took like produce better results in 6 to 7 months, and yeah, people feel more control of things than before.
Rajesh,
Got it.
we're getting a very kind of a, I don't know if you can hear me, it's breaking up quite a bit, so I'm only getting parts of the answer. It's coming in and out, so I think there might be a connectivity issue going on. Unfortunately, there, I think we're experiencing some difficulty on the connection side from Rajesh there. So, Rajesh, hopefully you can still hear and see me. Unfortunately, we'll have to cut the Q&A session short there, just due to that. It's a shame. I know you had a really good answer there, and I was picking up parts of the answer, which was in great detail. So unfortunately, I was only getting bits and bobs of that. So we'll have to reconnect and perhaps do another Q&A session at another time, or at least record the Q&A session and make it available for our attendees, because I'm just struggling to get your connection through there. So apologies to our audience on that one. As mentioned at the start of the event, we do sometimes experience these technical difficulties, and with remote internet connections and things like that, it can be the case that this happens. So unfortunate, but we had a great presentation that was aired from Rajesh, which we did manage to get, which was really nice, around kind of the building blocks of successful customer experience transformation, touching on emerging technologies, agile approach, and whatnot. So it was a great presentation. So we're thankful for that, and thanks, Rajesh, for joining, and for allowing us to hear those insights from yourself. And if anyone does have any follow-up with Rajesh, I do encourage you to connect perhaps with him on LinkedIn, and we can get things going that way. We're now going to be shortly going to be moving into our panel session for today, which I'm really looking forward to. Before we do, just a few things on the event. If you did want to watch back any of the presentations or discussions that we had this morning, I'm not sure what was going on there, but hopefully we'll be okay for the next panel session, which we're going to be talking people and culture as part of digital transformation. So I'm now going to bring our panelists on stage, and hopefully Andrew, Elizabeth and Matt will all be able to connect here. Apologies for the interference we just had there. I'm not sure what was going on, but such is the world of online events. Matt, Liz and Andrew should now be able to turn on your mics and cameras, and hopefully we'll get through the awkward stage of making sure we can all hear, see each other and everything I can see Liz, you're through. Welcome. Andrew, I can see you. I can see you. So we're all here and present. Hopefully we won't have any further hitches. Apologies if you were panicking there when you saw me just momentarily leave. As mentioned quite a few times, it's the perils of presenting online, especially live time, but I think it's important that these panel sessions and whatnot are done live. It's great to have you with us. Welcome to you all. I'll just run through quick introductions before you can properly introduce yourself. Liz, welcome. We've had Liz speak at our London events in years past. We've had Liz involved last year on an online panel session, again largely with focus around people and culture. Liz, how are you today?
I'm really good, Chris. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. We had a very smooth day up until about 5 minutes ago, but hopefully we're back on track now. So it's good to have you with us. Thanks for joining.
You're welcome.
And then we have Andrew joining us from Parkinson's UK. We have had Andrew's colleague Polly speak a few times, both in person and online throughout the last few years on this particular event series. Andrew, it's great to have you with us. I know you're passionate about the subject area, so looking forward to kind of asking you some of these questions and understanding your narrative on such.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks for having me.
Good stuff. And then finally, we have Matt with us. Matt, again, has spoken on the online series. Matt was then part of the Parliamentary Digital Service and was instrumental in ensuring Parliament could take place during the pandemic, him and his team, and as such was awarded his OBE. So congratulations on that, Matt, and it's a pleasure to have you back with us. And,
Thank you for having me back.
No, it's great to have you with us. And perhaps I'll start with you, Matt, on that note. If you could just give a little bit of an intro on yourself. I've kind of touched on it there, but if you've got something to add there as well.
No, not a huge amount. Yeah, I'm Matt Stewart. I'm the head of engineering at Ground Control. I joined Ground Control at the end of last year, so I transferred roles during the middle of the remote working period. I was director of engineering at Parliament before that, as you said. I've worked in IT and digital and IT, depending on which way around you want to say, for the last 20 years or so. I'm responsible for all of the kind of bespoke products Ground Control used to run their business, and Ground Control are the largest private grounds maintenance and commercial landscaping company in the UK, for people that won't have heard of us.
Nice, thanks for that, Matt. And then working backwards, Andrew, yourself?
Yeah, morning everyone. I'm Andrew. I'm a senior product manager at Parkinson's UK. I've been with Parkinson's UK for about 3.5 years. And my role is to deliver value to our service users, people affected by Parkinson's and their loved ones, through our products and services. And have been in the sort of charity digital space for like knocking on 10 years.
Good to have you with us, Andrew. Thank you. And then finally with yourself, Liz.
So I'm head of projects at Change at the Charity Safe Foundation. For anyone that doesn't know, we're the biggest charity you've never heard of. So we do financial services for the sector. This year, to give you kind of an idea of scale, we've dispersed nearly £1 billion to charities and good causes. And I'm responsible for kind of the end-to-end delivery of change there, from idea right through to kind of getting it out the door. But most of my time now really is spent on kind of coaching technical leaders and technical teams on kind of change, culture, how to be productive, that kind of stuff is what I do most of my time now.
Nice, thanks, Liz, and great to have you back with us. So I think where we'll start, and we'll start with you on this one, Liz, and I will mix up the order, don't worry, as we move along. But opening question for these panels, it's always good to understand kind of your perspective and where you're coming from with regards to digital transformation. So I often start these discussions with the question simply as, you know, what does digital transformation mean to you, maybe as an individual or as an organisation?
So it's really interesting. The term has been kind of so widely used kind of over the last number of years, and you know, there's this whole, does it even exist anymore? But for us, and for me particularly, it's the term that I use to collectively describe how we adapt processes, culture, and experiences for both customers and employees in this kind of new digital age. That's kind of, so it's our collective term for change, is probably the best way to describe it.
Nice, good answer. And then with yourself, Andrew?
For Parkinson's UK, it means being fit for the future. Yeah. That's kind of one of our strategic themes, fit for the future, which I'll go on to in a little bit more detail in a little bit. To me, it kind of means like the transformation bit, and that it's almost transforming rather than transformation, in that transforming is continuous and it's never done. Yeah. And yeah, that's our kind of ethos and approach to it. Mm-hmm. The digital part is the bit, I think, which trips us all up a little bit, and I suppose recognises where a lot of that kind of change in culture maybe emerged from in terms of the internet age. But I see digital as kind of an enabler for transformation, and nice. I think we have a responsibility as digital people in that space to demonstrate how you can make change through digital.
Well, that's a really good answer. Thank you, Andrew. And then with yourself on that one, Matt?
No, there's not too much I can add to that. They're both, really good answers. I just wrote down fit for the future because I like it. I've used kind of allowing experts more time to use their expertise as kind of the output of digital transformation. I can think very few people take a job to think, oh, this is a great data that I'm bogged down in doing documentation and spreadsheets and process and complexity. But yet it becomes the norm really easily. So I think, transforming and becoming digital led, it lets us all improve productivity, motivation, and staff retention, no matter what our drivers are. At ground control, it's about, we do things like install EV charge points. We do that safely and effectively. We need to make sure we can report back if there are issues and all those kind of things that go on behind the scenes. But the people we employ, they're electrical engineers. That's what they're there for. They're not really there to fill out a form. So we want to make, by changing how we work, we just make them happier and more effective and more productive.
Yeah, that's a good answer as well. 3 good answers there, and it's going to lead me on to my next question around people and culture as part of digital transformation. And it's clear from all the presentations today and in presentations past over the course of the last 12 months and even before the pandemic that largely, there's discussion around that people and culture element of digital transformation, and it being probably the most important part of transformation and change. Would you agree that this is the most critical part of organizational digital transformation? And I'll start with you on that one, Andrew, if that's okay.
Yeah. Yes, I would agree. Absolutely. I guess it's kind of the bit that we all understand, in that we're all people, and we've all experienced working in our own ways and the kind of culture that comes along that. I suppose the big question is like, how do we make it like tangible to people? And I think, Matt, to your point, it's all about, and I'll just go through one of our kind of key results on that strategic theme, is that 90% of our people will have a clear sense of purpose and won't be hindered by bureaucracy, structure, technology, or data flows, which I think kind of, it means that a lot of the work that we do is about making stuff happen in the background, which I think makes some bits of our work like maybe a little bit harder to demonstrate up front, because it's almost, people shouldn't see and feel the digital part of it too much, but they should see and feel the change in their day-to-day work. But yeah, absolutely, people and culture are the most valuable, important parts of it.
And Matt, your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably all going to say yes. It'd be surprising if we didn't. I mean, agree with what Andrew says there. I think it's easy for us to say, people should be the centre, but it's really easy for an organisation, especially a large organisation. We're all working for quite large organisations with, big demands on time, to lose that focus and get stuck into a process instead of thinking about the people and how they're affected by it. So I think part of roles as leaders of digital transformation is to make sure that the people stays in the centre and we engage with people throughout. And, what does it mean for them? My experiences at Parliament when we did the transformation, even as you kind of spoke about again, the voting and things. Organisations that have done things a certain way for a period of time, and then Parliament's done things this way for 300 odd years. There's an immediate fear. Well, I don't like the sound of that. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's going to work. And so it's about for me, the big people part is understanding what it is people are worried about, or what is their, what is they need to change, and they're helping them. Andrew's point again, happening in the background. It's not a thing to fear. It's about, again, expert using their time for their expertise, giving you the time you need to do your job, not the things that you don't want to do. It's not about taking your job away. It's not about laying off lots of people. It's about making everything just more efficient, so your day-to-day life is better.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer. And Liz?
I think I'd echo both of them answers. I think the way I tend to look at it is kind of in a multifaceted way. So not only from a digital transformation are you trying to make the situation better for everybody, you're doing what you're doing to help people. So obviously it's really important, but also you need them people to help make the change happen. And so if you take it back to its really simplest forms for me, digital transformation is about change. And in order for change, you need to get people to buy into it and believe in it and to make it happen. So whether that's from a delivery point of view or from a using point of view. So of course, people are at it. And to kind of make a point on the cultural aspect of it, the culture is really, really important, because it's actually fundamental to making any kind of change stick and succeed. If what you're trying to do is so against your culture, you're going to fail straight away. If you've got, if your digital transformation program is saying these great things about we want to automate, but your culture is saying actually we want everybody to double, triple, quadruple check stuff, it's not going to align. And so making sure your culture aligns with what you're trying to achieve, and make sure your people are bought in to that change, both from a digital point of view and a culture point of view, is critical for success for me.
And then with the way our kind of culture has changed, and we've almost moved to digital only culture over the last kind of 12 months, and our approach to work and the way we work has been impacted heavily. That's clear. We've had much discussion around that. But what has been the biggest challenges you faced as organisations in new ways of working, and has that had a negative impact on culture, or has it had a positive impact, or a bit of both? And perhaps we can start with you again there, Liz.
So from my point of view in our organisation, we're quite a traditional organisation, or have been historically. So before the pandemic, 95% of us based in an office all together. I'm used to having my team all around me, being able to kind of touch and feel the buzz and the environment. And I think one of the challenges to the kind of pandemic is literally within the space of a week, everybody being removed. That's caused some interesting challenges for us. Kind of once we got over that, and you kind of get used to them ways of working, I think the biggest thing I'm kind of worried about, if you think of a challenge, is that kind of burnout piece. Mental Health Week is a perfect time to start everybody thinking about that. What I found, not just in our organisation, but actually in the wider community that I'm part of, is that the commuting hours have now turned to working hours. That 5-minute turnaround quick chats have turned into half an hour Zoom calls. That the split between your work and your life has, they've merged together more and more, where you don't have to leave the office to catch a train to go home anymore. So they're the things, the challenges that we're facing. How do we find balance? The other bit, and the big one for me, I suppose, that we've noticed probably in the last 6 months, more than the first 6 months of the pandemic, is serendipitous communication. So we're very used to kind of, I see Fred, I need to tell Fred this, or you have them kind of water cooler conversations and moments, and being able to mimic that when everybody's remote, I think is one of our big challenges, because we are definitely seeing an out of sight, out of mind type challenge with communication that we need to resolve going forward, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a large part of an earlier presentation from Rob from the Very Group was about that communication barrier and everything like that. And I think it came to a point where during that Q&A session, we agreed that although these communication tools and technologies that we have in place as part of our digital workplace, they do need to evolve somewhat to incorporate those more physical moments, like you say, the water cooler moments, the passing conversations. I think tech has helped us massively over the course of the pandemic, and had this been the case 10, 20 years, probably 20 years ago, we would be in no way of being able to perform as businesses as the way we have. So we've got technology to thank a lot, but at the same time it does need to incorporate more human behavior as we kind of move along. So it's really good.
And I think that's the real key, is that human behavior. When I talk to some of my team, or even people, they're like, normally I'd have just walked up to your desk, and now calling you, or it feels more formal than a very quick conversation while I'm making coffee for people or whatnot. And we've got to get technology to that human behavior. I think it's a really nice way of describing it.
Definitely. And Andrew, what have been kind of your challenges with that?
Yeah, I mean, like very similar in terms of that transition. I think we were reasonably well set up in that as part of our digital transformation, we'd moved over to G Suite, and that all being kind of in the cloud about sort of 12 months before the pandemic began enabled us to transition fairly smoothly. But I think you touched upon it there, Liz. Like, I guess the biggest challenge is how do you touch and feel that culture to really know and to kind of take the pulse. And I think that's something I don't have the answer to, and I don't think it's something we necessarily have the answer to at Parkinson's UK either. We done a lot of things. We've like tactically kind of made a lot of changes, but I don't think we know exactly how people are feeling, what that cultural change has been like over the last year. And I suppose what's really important from kind of my point of view is, as kind of leaders, how do we create the space to be honest about the culture shift, honest with ourselves and honest with our colleagues about that. And I think that's maybe an important part, like creating that space for honesty, communicating what that is like for us, and then hopefully kind of hearing that from others as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be difficult as well, because we've almost become, as organisations, and adopted a digital culture. So when we eventually move back to offices or hybrid approach of offices, it will be, a new culture transition yet again. So I think, even that we've become so normalised to this digital only kind of way of working, that when we do approach the new way of working, whatever that might be, it's going to be another shift to another approach that we're all going to have to get on board with. As well, so that should be quite interesting over the next 12 to 18 months. And Matt, challenges for yourself as well?
Yes, I mean, without wanting to, I've made some notes, and the 2 points have been made so well from both Liz and Andrew that I'll pivot slightly and just kind of I kind of thought, we went through phases. There was kind of that panic and fear right at the start that nobody knew what was going on. It was a genuinely scary time. People lost loved ones and relatives. They were forced to change how they work completely, as Liz was saying. That was a real, I don't think any organisation wouldn't have had a massive disruption from that. But then we kind of moved into this kind of like, I kind of like blitz spirit type, where everyone was digging in. We're going to get this, we're going to get on top of this, we're going to get going. And again, all organisations have their challenges. But from what I can see and what I've read, lots of people came together to try and, just make something work, even if it was kind of suboptimal. And then we kind of dipped into this kind of fatigue type world of everyone's, I'm just sick of it. I just don't know what's going on. I mean, people want consistency. They want to know what's going to happen. You couldn't tell them. And that's when all that mental well-being stuff became so important. What we're going to do about it, how we're going to change things. But you quite like Parliament to kind of support people with their mental well-being. We have lots of different events, sharing things that are going on outside of work, having little virtual bake-offs, all kinds of things to keep people engaged. And now, as you again said, it's this next normal now. What is it? What does it mean? People still want that certainty. We still can't give it to them. Ground control, we used to have an office capacity of 300 odd people. We're going to take it down to 80 odd people so it can be as safe as possible. But that means, big changes. That means big challenges about how will you manage some in the office, some at home. When you're all remote, you can just do this. When you're in the office, how are we going to do that? Big challenges. But, that cultural piece, and how do you onboard people? I changed roles halfway through this, and the onboarding process, it was done. I was impressed how well it was done, and the company clearly thought about it. But also being kind of more senior person, perhaps a bit more experience, more comfortable to go and ask them questions, and ask people, I don't understand, I don't know what I'm doing. But certainly for more junior people coming into a business in these times, how we can support them and make sure that they're comfortable, and having spent all that effort recruiting them, how we can make sure they come on board and we retain them and they get over that little initial couple of months of challenge. And I kind of think people are going to remember how their employers acted over this last year or so, and it's going to impact the reputation of a business, not only from its recruitment challenge, but for its reputation in the wider market for years to come. And personally, it sounds like Liz and Andrew have got similar organisations. I'm proud to have worked in two places that have really tried their best to pivot a company culture that might have been quite traditional historically into something completely different so quickly and handle it positively. And I think probably all of our organisations are going to benefit from that for quite a long time to come as well. And there's going to be a lot of goodwill going forward that will be worth the stresses and hassles of the last year.
Yeah, definitely. And you touched on it there about communication, and it's easily a case over the last 12 months, 16 months now. I keep saying 12 months.
Yeah, I keep saying a year, but it's nice.
The communication is very much distorted, and this was probably more so in the earlier months of the pandemic when everything was relatively new. But even now, communicating effective change is, like people and culture and it falls into people and culture, is essential to effective transformation and change. And how can kind of leaders continue to communicate those transformation goals through these new channels? And obviously with yourself, Matt, in a different respect, you did a lot of work on communication. It was more of the service side of it and the technology that you were working on. But how can leaders continue to communicate their goals and objectives with this change?
I think consistency is the key to any good comms, but perhaps even more so right now. Your vision of what you're doing shouldn't be changing. The goals and the way you're going to make it happen is probably going to adapt and evolve, and it should do if you're doing it right. You haven't said, right, we're going to go from here to here. Whenever which way's left and right, I go from here to here. But the way you get there is going to be a different road. It's going to evolve as you learn, as you go and adapt. Your goals and that are going to evolve as well. But the vision isn't different, so keep it consistent. I think you don't have to do death by PowerPoint. When you're communicating with people, demonstrate actively what you've done. Bring on board, and again, touch on some of the stuff they said earlier about people being involved properly across the board. Those that have been affected by what you've done now, get them to come and talk about what happened, how it affected them, how it changed their job, what were they worried about, how did it work out? Because it is all about the people and the culture of it. Get the people that have been involved to come and actively talk about what went well and what didn't go so well, so you can actually learn from it. And my kind of experience is that others in your organisation are more likely to ask questions to people who are like them, as it were. So get a diverse team around your transformation. So there's people represented across the board, gender, culture, background, religion. Get lots of different people involved. So there is someone in your transformation team that's other people in your business can relate to and they can ask questions to, because that's the way you'll find out what's going well and what isn't. And that's the way you're going to understand how you need to pivot and adapt those mini goals to get you on your journey.
That's a really good point, Matt. Really well made as well. And Liz, yourself?
So very, very similar to Matt. We found kind of breaking down silos and creating collaborative working groups of diverse people is really, really important. And it's really important, diverse across your hierarchy as well. The people closest to your customer, the people closest to the front line have, really, really valuable experiences. And we need to make sure that, any kind of transformation isn't seen like, oh, it's a project team or special people over here doing it. So that inclusivity is really important. I think also thinking about the different ways into Matt, people taking information in different ways, whether they're visual, whether they're auditory, and making sure you've got a good balance between whether you're presenting in a town hall, whether you're providing written information, kind of making sure you've got that diverse kind of flow. I think it's also important that the action is there. So lots of us, you can do all the sound bites and it all sounds great and it's all beautiful, but if people don't see that you're following it up with actual action and it's happening, then the communication looks and feels unauthentic. So I think there's a bit in there around kind of timings as well, and making sure that you're doing that. We found that things like Slido really help, especially with people that don't feel confident about asking a question, or in a big forum or things like that, having kind of some mechanism for them to be able to type and ask questions. And that's got a really nice thing because it allows people to vote on questions as well. So even if they don't know the question themselves, they go, "Oh, I like that question." But I think I always think about it in a simple way. When you think you've communicated enough, you're only halfway done. We are continually surprised by just how much we've got to do. We've done a presentation, we've done an internet article, we've sent an email, we've followed it up, we've had team conversations, and still you get somebody go, "Well, I didn't know that was happening." So I think you need to do way more than you think you need to do, is kind of my thing on communication.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Thanks, Liz. And then finally with you, Andrew, on that one.
Yeah, totally the same as Liz on that. Repeat. And my director does that all the time and does it so well. She might have even said once how many times you need to hear something. It's something maybe like 11 times, I think. You need to hear something for it to stick. So yeah, repeat, and like Liz says, even if you're getting sick of it yourself, it's still worth saying. And yeah, like you said as well, demonstrate it. What are the small things that have happened that might not seem like worth sharing, that are actual demonstrations of that journey of transformation? As we were on this journey of kind of moving to G Suite and kind of Google services, moving away from kind of Word and Outlook. The first time, like, some colleagues were all in a Google Doc at the same time, I think that really hit home how this will work and how this will feel. And I remember a colleague being like, "But how do I save?" It's like, oh, you just don't need to worry about it. And I think even like little things like that are steps on that journey that make, before you know it, you've forgotten that was how you used to do things as well. And I love thinking about that, like, logging into our phone like two years ago. God, it was just like painful. And now, like, no one's called me in like 2 years. It's not even how people communicate anymore. But yeah, trying to find those little moments that you've done and demonstrated that change along the way is super effective.
Yeah, nice answer. And then reflecting on a lot of the content I've heard and our audiences have heard of this series as well over the last few months, there's more focus on that of employee experience within organisations, and obviously it's very important. I think pre-pandemic, it was obviously a thing as part of culture and everything, but a lot of focus around kind of a customer-centric organisation. I think now we're seeing more organisations investing and spending time on employee experience. Have you personally seen more of this over the pandemic, or even before that? And perhaps we can start with you, Liz, on that one.
So definitely see more, and probably more on the softer side necessarily than anything else. We've all been going through a tough time, some kind of more than others, whether it's directly impacted yourself and your family, whether it's homeschooling, whether it's trying to work in an environment where you're maybe stuck in one room. I think this pandemic has impacted us all, but definitely impacted us all in very, in quite different ways. So as an organisation, we've, definitely done more on that, kind of trying to stay connected with our people and whatnot. I think it is fair to say, from a digital transformation point of view, we're a little bit behind the curve when it comes to employee experience. But with a new HR director on board now, I think it's definitely a focus area for us kind of in the next 6 to 12 months. We are passionate that what we do for our customers mirrors what we do for our employees, so our values and everything else, kind of, you can see that direct connection. your employees are your biggest ambassadors. Like, it's as simple as that. If you want to grow your team or your brand, your employees are such an important part of that. And if they don't have a great experience, they're not going to do that. But probably more importantly, from just a tangible organizational level for me, is it's so easy now for people to move with things like remote working. Travel and location won't be so much of an issue. With the rollout of more and more digital technology, people are going to be able to move jobs easier. Yeah. And if your employee experience isn't good enough, people will vote with their feet. And so, if for no other reason, purely on an economical cost and productivity basis, that should be enough reason to invest heavily in employee experience from my point of view.
Definitely, good answer, Liz. And Andrew, your take on that one?
Yeah, we've introduced these wellbeing half days every 8 weeks for everyone. Wondrous walks is what we call them, which is essentially where you can go for a walk, and that's fine. Like, you don't have to kind of work that time back and that kind of stuff. I think it's an hour a week. Learning loops, everything's got to have, alliteration, wondrous walks and learning loops, but that's just someone who might have something interesting to share that anyone can join, or a specialism that you might want to learn about. And way more regular and like much more valuable all staffs. That's been like one of the best things that we've done, to be honest. I think they're every 2 weeks. And at the start, and it's kind of to your point earlier, Matt, like at the start, they were all leader led, and now very devolved, those all staffs. And yeah, the connectivity between like colleagues has grown as a result of that, I think.
That's good. That's good to hear. And Matt, with you on that one?
Yeah, I think, Liz alluded to it already, but it's, employee experience and customer experience are two sides of the same coin, and customer experience gives you that competitive advantage. So investing in employee experience is like almost a no-brainer, but perhaps, organizations traditionally haven't really thought about it. And there's some, as I go boring now, there's some really interesting stats around this kind of thing. There's a Gallup survey done quite recently that kind of shows 21% of businesses in the top quartile of employer engagement are more profitable and 17% more productive than those in the bottom quartile. So there's a huge ROI thing to be gained there. And it's also so much cheaper and easier to do than the customer side of things. It's much harder to attract and retain customers than it is to attract and retain staff. Your staff are there. They're there with you now. They've already invested in you. So that payback point is so important. We've been working really hard on that again over the last, certainly since I've been at Ground Control for the last few months, around getting better metrics on how people think and feel, something we can actually measure and do something about, and based on their day-to-day experiences, based on rather than just we think somebody would like this. Let's go and find out what people would like. How should things change? But I think Andrew and Liz have covered that all already. So some other stuff we've kind of thought about is things like, let's make sure there's clear career paths for people. We use role scorecards. It's a job description, like a role scorecard. This is what we expect. This is what you're going to be judged against. This is how it's going to work. So people are really clear on, what their job means, what impact it will have on our business. So when you do your job well, it will mean this happens to us. And that means we've grown and developed in whatever way. So they know the impact they're making, because that gets them that purpose and that tie into where they're going. And, and as we go forward with our recruitment path, it's looking at trying to create you create personas for your customers. Who are we trying to reach? What they're going to think? Do it for your employees as well. Do it for your roles. What kind of people are they going to be? What are going to be their levers? What are going to be their drivers? Things like that. Just pivot a little bit how you're going to do the recruitment, how you're going to bring people in. So when they come on board, you've got a better idea about how you're going to motivate them and keep them developing and growing their career with you. And as it says, and hold on to them. I went to a virtual book launch quite recently, and a new book called Monetizing the Employee Experience. And I've just started reading it, but it's really fascinating. It talks about a lot more detail on the kind of things you can do as an organisation to take it forward. So I'm hoping to, as with everything, read, learn stuff, and try and make it happen in the real world. But it's clearly gaining traction in our industry now as a thing we should be doing.
Yeah, nice, good answer. And then
I love that idea of employee personas. It's really interesting to start thinking about it in a totally different way than maybe historically we've done it.
It's good because there's obviously there's little positive out of the pandemic, socially, economically, and things like that. But when you do look at the silver linings of how we've reevaluated how organisations work and new approaches and things like that, there is obviously good to be found out of all the nasty stuff that has been brought with it. Thinking more positively, especially focus on employee experience over the course of the pandemic. So it's really good to see.
I think we've learned a lot more about our people that perhaps we wouldn't have known.
Yeah, definitely.
We've been so exposed in front of you. They're at home. You see their homes. You know, they're back. Yeah. Everything that's affecting them is there, and you would ask, I think, and a lot more perhaps you would have done historically about what's affecting people outside of the work world. What is it that's driving them? What do they need? What's their childcare arrangements? What's their caring? Whatever those things are. Even recently during Ramadan, it's understanding that someone's going to be away from their desk potentially for 5 periods a day, and why, and they're going to be fasting, and you need to be aware of that, and loads of things perhaps you wouldn't have thought about when you're in the office, because you've just suddenly got a more open relationship with your people. And you're right, Chris, that is of all the terrible things, there is a silver lining in that cloud.
No, good point. And then I've heard a lot of North Stars in digital transformation, and how companies find their North Star with regards to transformation. So having a goal to reach, and that's become more apparent and more popular. Well, I've certainly seen over the last kind of 12, 18 months, even before the pandemic, there's a lot of discussion around that North Star when it comes to digital transformation. Has your organisation got similar thinking in place? And we'll go to you first, Andrew, with that one.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's kind of wrapped up in that fit for the future theme, and I suppose the goal or the ultimate fundamental aim is to make the biggest impact with every penny, and I think that kind of underpins a lot and gives a lot of clarity to a lot of what the transformation is about. Obviously, you could dive into what we mean by impact, but maximizing your resources, scaling services and products to reach far greater numbers, leaning on technology where it can provide that value, whilst always having a kind of through point to deeper service offers where possible, and having them available at all times as well. Making that impact.
Nice. And Liz?
So our kind of North Star that we're aiming for at the moment is a global digital platform for giving and connecting people to accelerate social purpose. So, our mission is actually to make the whole third sector more profitable, and to galvanize that around what our part is. I think whether you call it mission, purpose, North Star, I think the most important thing about it is actually having something that people can connect with. So it has to be reaching enough that it is a goal, and yet close enough that people think it's achievable. But as important than that is, it's got to be used for when you make difficult decisions. So, if you have this North Star and then everything you're doing is kind of taking you away from it rather than towards it, I think then it just becomes a soundbite or whatnot. So I think just as important as having that kind of stretch goal North Star is about how you believe in it and how it drives your decision making and what you do with it.
Yeah, no, that's a good solid answer. And then yourself, Matt?
Yeah, again, not a lot to add to that. I think my kind of thoughts on that were, you need that North Star, you need that vision. People need to know where they're going, but kind of the key to success for me, and as we keep this, is it a good analogy or not? I don't know, but as the analogy continues, I think you need a constellation rather than a single star. It's kind of the North Star is that bright one shining there, but in the night sky, it's all the other stars that make it beautiful. So you've got to have a lot more around you than just one shining light, or it's not going to be as good. The success won't be what it could be.
Nice, I like that answer. And then finally, and very quickly, because we're running on time here, and kind of been answered with that North Star question, but for you, just a quick summary of your transformation priorities for the next 6 months, as we hopefully move away from the pandemic. And we'll start with you on that one, Liz.
So we've got loads of stuff going on, everything from replacing a banking system to rolling out services. But actually, probably the big focus for us is over the next year is figuring out what change at what pace. You know, we've got to make sure that for our digital transformation that we're building solid foundations. So that's a real focus for us. And then on a people aspect, it's creating a win-win situation as we come into kind of June and again we get easing lockdown. How do we make that hybrid working or safe for our people and work? A bit to Matt's point, we're the same. We were all historically in the office. We've now opened our office but a very much reduced rate. Everybody working at home has been fine. How's that going to work from a hybrid point of view? So figuring out how we create a win-win, so win for our people and our organisation is still able to kind of function and be productive.
Definitely can answer. And then Matt?
Much the same, you know, hybrid working is going to be the big one. Continuing what we're doing so far about using tech to make the day-to-day lives of the people out in the field and in our offices easier, reduce that complexity of the tech. Look at innovation and what, you know, as digital evolves, you know, both cloud and Internet of Things type technologies now in our world, there's a lot we can do with those. How are they going to take us forward? And as a shameless plug at the end, recruit and grow the team. We're about to engage in quite a large recruitment process. So we're going to be recruiting quite a few interesting roles over the next 6 months or so. So do keep an eye on my LinkedIn, people watching this who are interested in new job changes, because we've got quite a few really interesting changes coming on that. So growing the team is going to be key.
Nice. And finally, with yourself there, Andrew.
We're doing a service transformation. So the last 2 years, we've been looking at how we deliver our services so that we can reach and support more people affected by Parkinson's. Loads of discovery work, loads of usability, user research. And now we've designed some services, built some tests, and they will be coming live over the coming months. So a massive change there that, is going to be over the next few years, but they'll be going live in the next few months.
Perfect. Well, Liz, Andrew and Matt, thank you so much for your time and for sharing those little nuggets and wisdoms of information. Really do appreciate it. For the audience, you can see Andrew, Elizabeth and Matt's details there up on the screen. So if you did want to connect with them on LinkedIn and further the conversation or find out a bit more, obviously Matt mentioned about the recruitment drive there. So do connect with the speakers. That's what LinkedIn is for, and to widen that network that's been widely talked about today as well, as a prop up to everything you're doing. So thank you to all of you for joining. I do appreciate it, and for sharing those insights. And hopefully, if things do go to plan, I'll hopefully welcome you to an event of ours and get you on stage for a panel discussion or for a presentation as we move out of lockdown and welcome the events back.
Fantastic. Cheers. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Liz. Cheers, Andrew, and thanks, Matt.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye. Have a great day. And so with that wraps up our session today. A massive thank you to all of our speakers today and for our panelists just then on a quick cover of people and culture. It's a topic we could talk all day about, I'm sure, and it's probably the most intriguing area of digital transformation, the people and culture element of that. So glad that we could touch on a few things there with our panelists Andrew, Elizabeth and Matt there. So as mentioned, do connect with those on LinkedIn if you do want to kind of continue the conversation or find out a bit more about what they're doing. I'm sure they'd welcome that. And thanks to our earlier presentations from Rajesh from Partner Re, Rob Waterhouse from the Very Group, Vibav from Johnson & Johnson, of course, Louise, who opened up the day from the UK government, from Her Majesty's Court and Tribunal Services, a great fireside chat we had there. So that's all we've got time for today. That was another online session as part of our digital transformation conference series. We do have a few more coming up before we do return our events to a hybrid platform, that much discussed area of hybrid. We are going ahead with an event in London in October, so do follow us on LinkedIn or leave your details with us on www.raw-media.co.uk, and we'll keep you updated with those events. We're really excited to return the in-person event this October, but before then we do have a few more online events up on the screen there. You can just see a plug for our North American edition of this online session taking place June 3rd. For our UK and European edition, for our UK and European audience, that will be taking place in the afternoon, as it's a North American time zone event, but you'll be able to catch that from early afternoon to early evening if you want to tune in and watch that. And that will feature the CEO of Foot Locker, head of insights from Facebook, and we're going to be diving into more subjects discussion around digital transformation throughout that event. So do sign up. We've also got an event on the future of work and a HR tech event coming up. So just visit us at www.raw-media.co.uk if you want further information on that. That's all we've got time for today. Many thanks to our audience for joining us. And I hope you've managed to take away some nice insights today and learn from our presentations, interviews and panel discussion. It's been a pleasure to have you with us, and I hope we really can welcome you back, both online and perhaps in person later this year. But that's all we've got time for. So a massive thank you to you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and hopefully welcome you again soon. Take care now. Bye.